right, how you guys doing today? I trust you guys are doing excellent. Today we are going to continue our programming series. For those of you guys who don't know what we are going to be doing today, this is for people who want to learn how to do programming, want to understand the process and the checklist that is involved. And I've simplified it in 7 simple steps, right? And I've explained it in phase 1 or part 1 with the step 1 to 3. Today we are going to cover step 4 and 5. Okay, so this is going to be very detailed. So just fasten your seatbelts and be ready for a good time in class today. Okay, good. So we are going to get straight to the point and we are going to get into the lesson. All right, so when we look at the program today, it doesn't look the same way as we started with, right? It looks different. What do I mean by that? Well, let's check something out. So when we look here and we go to YouTube, okay? When we go to YouTube and we type in, we go to the L4C page, okay? Let me show you how to get there. You go to L4C Multimedia, okay? And make sure to subscribe. And you go to this here. You will see on the playlist, we have the music stuff, okay? Which is the School of Music. School of Music. Let's see. Did I skip it? Okay, let me see. School of Music. No. I am free. Not this. School of Music right here. Okay, when you go, you just got to keep looking for it and you're going to find it. Okay, School of Music. Okay, you click it and it's going to give you all our lessons. This was the part 1 to 3. Okay, in the part 1 to 3, we learned all these things and we started this way. You see the project, how it looks here. You see how it sounds and how it looks. It looks much more tinier or whatever. By the time we finish class, look at how it looked like. By the time we finished class, it looked like this, right? So we were at the yellow, the place with the gold, right? We had these at the top and then the gold. So let's say roughly about how many tracks? 31 tracks, okay? Of course, some of these are muted, so those don't count. But sure, 31 tracks, right? And today, where are we at? Today we are at 38 tracks. That is because other tracks have been deleted, okay? Okay, so because of the deletion, it looks less, but it's actually more than that, more like 45, almost 50. It has all been deleted, okay? So let's hear how we sounded like before we ended class, right? We sounded like this. Let's hear how we sounded like before we ended class. 571-577-4471. You can get in touch with me if you need your song mixed, mastered. Come to the studio for your song. Okay, let's refresh it real quick. Okay. So we see how we sounded like before we ended class. We sounded like that. Okay. Something. Okay. The thing about it is. All right. Anyways, you guys get the point. So we looked like that before class ended, okay? And if we come here, we can hear a little bit of how it sounded. Okay. You guys hear how it sounds? That's how it sounded like. You guys see how we sounded like? So I just wanted to show you that reference real quick. Let's go back to our programming. Okay, so we sounded like that in class and today is different, right? So let's go back to the purpose of today's lesson and talk a little bit. So today is the February 17th and we said we are meeting at 2 p.m. to cover step 4 and 5, okay? And that's what we're going to be doing. All right, so over here, let's do this. All right, good. Actually, let's just bring it back. All right, cool. So over here, one thing we are going to realize is we started from the pre-programming and sketch, which is, we already explained that in 1 to 3, so I'm not going to talk about it. That is the step where you come up with your ideas, right? And we talked about the main recording. That is the step that you come in to do your actual recording and your voice, right? And then we talked about the cleanup stage, right? And the cleanup stage was the stage where we are going to say, hey, we are going to take the things we don't like, the things we like, subtract, add, substitute, and do all those things to get what we want, okay? That was the cleanup stage. And then we were going to do the first arrangement, okay? So the first arrangement is basically what I said I'm going to show you guys later because I couldn't do that live, okay? So we are going to talk a little bit about the first arrangement. This is a quick recap of step 1 to 3. Then after that, we're going to pick up from 4 and 5, okay? Which is going to be the final arrangement and the mixing, okay? We're going to talk a little bit about mixing today, not in depth, but basics, okay? Cool. So let's switch to the program view. Let's switch to the program view. Okay, let me move out of the way. All right, cool. So in the program, one of the things we'll realize is, again, we started our program with something along the lines of this.
Asafuye owa o nyamitu dinaye o nyamitu foye dinaye.
Give the Lord a praise.
Kenti chibe unyanko pon chibe no ah o chibe no. Kenti chibe unyanko pon chibe no.
All right, so that was just to give you a quick recap so you kind of see where we're at. I just wanted to bring that so you see what we had, and then that way when we are doing it with the other stuff, it will make sense. So what we're talking about is we need to do the first arrangement, okay, and then the cleanup, okay. So what you guys will realize is we had a whole bunch of things, right? So for example, you guys may have heard this kind of shaker, okay. I'm going to move very fast. This kind of shaker, hear it. Okay, you may have heard that, right? And I said it sounds cool in the other video, right? I decided I don't want to use it, okay? I decided I don't want to use it, okay? And then maybe you may have heard this tambourine. You guys hear it? Okay, you hear it? I decided I don't want to use it, okay? And you may have heard other things that are deleted. Remember I told you certain things are deleted, right? Cool. Because I don't need to work with those. So there's no point of me mingling with it. Okay, cool. So again, we did clean up. You guys can tell it's kind of cleaned up. It looks different a little bit, right? Than how we ended, right? So again, we started with a drum beat along the lines of something like this. Somebody might be like, whoa, that don't sound like the same drums, right? I'm going to talk to you about what happened there, okay? Okay, we started with something like that, okay? And remember I told you I don't like the shakers, right? So we did the live works, okay? So the live works, we did the maracas. This is how maracas sound like. You guys hear it? This is live, okay? We did the maracas. Then after that, we did the clip, which is like the similar to a cowbell, right? Or the clap, right? So hear how that sounds like. You guys hear it? Good. And then we did the cowbell. So together, they'll sound like this. Okay. Then these are all live, okay? Live meaning not from the piano, not from the program. Then we went ahead and we did the congas, okay? Congas. Okay. So you guys see what is happening? This is all about cleaning up, adding, subtracting, all that stuff. You guys got it? Good. And then that was it for the drums. Okay. So now that we are here, let's talk about the changes. What happened with the drums? The shakers got changed with live stuff, right? The percussions got changed with live stuff. Instead of me to play kuru, kuru, kuru on my keyboard, we play the live so that the conga or the percussionist can express themselves more and give us a little bit of life and different type of plays and make it more dynamic. Let's put it that way. Okay. So let's talk about what happened, dude. What the heck happened with the drums, the main drums here? And even it's not done, okay? It's not done. It's just what happened. How did we get here? So we have something that we call a sampler machine, okay? So in Studio One, if you're somebody who uses Studio One, you may have something that looks okay. I think you guys cannot see me. Let me take myself to the small person, the small little guy. Where's the small little guy at? Let me take myself to that small little guy, okay? So you guys don't have to worry about me blocking you, okay? So again, in Studio One, you go to Personas, and one of it is I think it's the Martai, I think. Let me see, is it the Martai? It might be the Impact or the Martai. Let me see. I want to see which one it is. Okay, no. It's the Impact. Okay, the Impact. So the Impact has something similar. You see this thing here? These are like nothing, right? And then you're going to load it up with instrument, tracks, and play. Okay? So it's like this. You can have different categories of whatever you want to have. Maybe drums, whatever. For the most part, for programming, you wouldn't need all that. You could just have something. For live performances, sure, you might need something like this. But for programming, you could just put whatever you want, okay? And here you just put in samples, okay? So for example, you see how this thing is just there like that, right? Let's just say if I had a sample, okay? Let me bring this here. Let's just say if I had let's just say a kick type of thing, and I drag it in here. Now you see it's in here. Now when I play it, you guys hear it? So it's like a sampler machine, okay? So you use that to basically sample off songs that you like the kits, and then use that to play and stuff like that, okay? So like for example, if I like this, I have here, maybe I wanted a snare, okay? This is just an example, okay? So you understand what went on. Maybe I wanted a snare. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe okay, maybe let's say that's a snare. I put that in there. The reason why the other one was not coming in is probably because it's not actually a wave format. It has to be pure wave. Okay, so I have. Keep in mind, it's empty. I'm the one filling it with instruments. You guys see that? And then you have your instrument. That is just to give you an idea, okay? So if you're in Studio One, that's what you would do, okay? Well, I don't really use DAW factory stuff. I use external stuff. So I use battery, okay? So with battery, let me make it bigger, I guess. Now that we are getting more deeper, let me make it a bit more, much more bigger. And let's go to battery. Okay, so with battery, I'm going to open it. And you guys are going to see what I did. Okay, so you guys can see with battery, I loaded all kinds of tones that I like. And I played with it. So for example, this here is a kick here. guys hear it? This here is a kick too. Okay? Let me give you an example. Right now, the instrument sounds like this. If I was to replace this kick with this kick, watch how it will sound like. It changed. If I was to bring it back to however I have it, this is how it's going to sound. So the point is, the sounds you like, you load it up and you play with it. So similar to how we had it in Impact, okay? But now, whatever sampler you use, you can use it to do this, okay? So, again, if you guys see me, if you guys see the stuff here, you can see I have the kick. I have a hi-hat, okay? Everything has been put in, just like I showed you the example of me putting stuff in, okay? So you will go ahead and do that. Put your samples in. Samples you like, put those in, okay? Especially because you don't have a live drum or whatever be the case, okay? So you guys see that? So for example, I may have done this. So you guys can hear. And I'm doing. You guys hear me doing that, right? Right? I don't do it one time. I just do it one. Okay? So you guys get it? And then of course there are some parts I do the snare. Okay? So you guys get the point? So that's exactly what went on with the drums. That's why it sounds different, because it's not the battery stuff. See, the battery stuff, I can come here. Say if I want to kick, I can go to the kick. I can hear how it sounds. If I like it, then I put it in there, okay? But this one is my own. I put it in there, okay? Good. So that's what went on with the drums, okay? That's how we got to the point of us having the kind of sound we have now, okay? Good. So again, we have a hi-hat. Here the stuff playing. There is this hi-hat playing. There is this playing. There is this kick playing. Sometimes a snare. Right here. You guys hear it? So close hi-hat, open hi-hat. All right, close hi-hat, open hi-hat, okay? And also you guys hear this thing. It's like a clap, but it sounds different. See, this is a pure clap. You guys hear it? You see? So hear the difference. If I put that clap, hear the difference. You guys hear it? You guys hear it? Now let me switch it back. You guys hear it? So the point is, you have to be very particular with the sound you want to hear, okay? If I just do this, I'm going to hear that. And again, I have them in there. Why do I have stuff that I'm not using in here? I have it in there. So if I change my mind later when I'm mixing, it will be there and I don't have to look for these sounds. So I've taken time to go through some sounds I like, right? I know you guys are not hearing toms, right? But toms are in here for later. Hear it. You guys hear it? You don't even hear toms, right? That's because I haven't even taken the time to do it. But toms are there. You see? You guys hear it? Okay. That's one of the toms, right? And there are other toms that I also load up like this. All right. If I want more of an acoustic feel, I'll go for these. Okay. If I want more of an acoustic feel, if I want more of an electric feel, I'll go for this. You guys hear it? Again, it's all there. Okay. Clash. It's all there. Okay. Right. It's all there. I'm just not using it. Let's talk about snare. Snare, I have one here, and I have another sample here. See? different tones. This one is different. This one is different. Different, different. So here the difference. You guys hear it? And then hear this. You guys hear it? Two different tones. This tone, this tone. You have to be very particular with the tone you want to hear. Once again, just like the clap, you can hear this by default, or you can hear this if you want. That is one of the sounds I like. I like it. All right, I like the feel of that. Okay, cool. And you guys get a point, right? All right, all these are there for a reason, because I have to take time on that, right? Good. So if you're hearing the drums the way you are hearing it, different from before, that's what happened. All right, we have so far. You hear it. You guys hear it? Okay, so now let's hear just the drums work. Okay, the drums works. Okay, so when I say drums work, I mean all the works, all the live stuff we have talked about up till now, which includes the maracas, the clip, the cowbell, the congas. Okay, that is all the live percussions we did. Okay, so here, just that alone, without nothing I did, just that alone. Okay. So you guys see the power of live. All right, good. So that is just the live works when it comes to percussions, okay? We are going to talk about other things. Percussions. Now, the percussions mixed with what I just did, okay? And hear how it sounds. So I'm going to add the other clap so you can hear how the other clap also sounds like with this. You know, you want to know perspective, all right? It's all about ears. For me, I like this other one that I'm using more because it's not too harsh and it's just cool, and it kind of don't even sound like a clap. It sounds like a combination of a rim, an electric rim slash some type of snare slash clap, right? And it's just softened, and I just like that. And so that's why I decided to use that, okay? I may change. That's why I have the clap still in there, all right? So again, when we hear a little bit of it. All right, cool. So just within a sampler of many instruments in here, all in one track, a simple maracas, a simple clip, a simple cowbell, and a simple congas, we have this beautiful thing you're hearing. How beautiful is that? Good. If you like the progress, make sure you comment, okay? Good. So this is what we have so far based on what we've discussed, okay? That is just on drumming. Again, I haven't done toms and all that stuff yet. I'll take time to do it as I'm doing the final arrangement, okay? Yeah, I'm kind of weird with my process a little bit. All right, good. because I'm not starting mixing yet. It's not mixed yet. Okay, good. So now that we have these instruments, laid out, and we know exactly, the the tones we want and stuff like that, right? So the next thing is to hear some of the sound instruments. When I say sound instruments, what do I mean? Things that have a sound to it, like, I mean, of course, regular, all these instruments have sound, but I'm talking about like something that have like some um, controlled sound, like, I mean, they all can be controlled, but like a keyboard, a guitar, something that is have a tune to it or whatever, right? So good. So for my sound instruments, the first thing I want to talk about is the live works, okay? Because we have already talked about the lead, this thing here. We have already talked about that because that one was just to guide us. We have already talked about the EP, which is the keyboard in the phase one, right? Okay, you guys hear it? That's the keyboard. And so we are going to talk about the live stuff. What was done? So remember, in the original one, the guitar work was doing, uh, just hear it one more time. This is the original one. Hear it. You hear it? Okay, so in the original one, that's what we have, right? Cool. So now let's hear what guitar works were done. So the guitar, we played it in 3 parts, okay? And it's these 3 you're seeing here, okay? These 3 things you're seeing here, it's all guitar. Sorry, these 3 things, of course, the bass is a guitar too, but that's different. So these 3 things are guitar parts, okay? And I'm going to explain to you why we do it in 3 parts, okay? So the idea of us doing guitar in at least minimum 2 parts or 3 parts, for depending on the song. Sometimes you can go with 1. But the idea of us doing it in 2 parts minimum is because when we mix, we want to have 1 playing on the left ear, and we want to have 1 playing predominantly in the right ear. So predominantly right, predominantly left. That way it sounds like the stereo image look nicer, and it looks wide, and it looks spread out, and it's not just in the middle altogether, right? So you need to create space, that kind of thing. So that's why we do that. So we have the guitarist play for us mono recording, then in mixing we control it by panning it wherever we want. Okay, I'll talk to you about what panning means when we get to the mixing section. Okay, so in this case we have 3 guitars. Okay, guitar 1, GTR, stand for guitar. So guitar 1 is going to be my left, guitar 2 is going to be my right, and guitar 3, you already have your left and right. So why would you do a third one, right? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think I should send that to the left, or I should send that to the right? Does that even make sense for me to have 2 playing on the left and 1 playing on the right? Does that make sense for me to have 2 playing on the right and 1 playing on the left? Does it make sense? No. So in mixing, at least for me, in my mixing style is I'm going to send that one in the middle. So that way we have a triangle thing going on where every place is being filled. This stuff is filling the wide, and this stuff is filling the middle. So the middle, this range is being covered. The wide, this range is being covered. Okay, you guys see what I'm doing? Okay, so the bottom left and right is being covered at the middle. All right, the middle to the top of the pan here is being covered. So overall, you got a full circle going on here. Okay, even though it's a triangle and there's nothing at the bottom, because you're not going to hear anything at the bottom in music. Do you ever hear music from the bottom? No, you're not. You're going to hear everything like this. All right, cool. So that is the purpose of why there are 3 guitars. Okay, so let's hear how they sound like. Okay, so the left guitar sounds something like this. You guys hear the difference of a live player? A live player sound different and more realistic than a keyboard playing guitar. You see, just very minimal. Then the other one for the right is going to be playing whatever it's going to play. Okay, so together the left and the right are going to accompany each other like this. See, one is doing like it's just clicking it, whatever, and then one is just doing like an actual, anyways, they complement each other. Then we have the third one. Okay, so the third one, what is the purpose? The purpose of that one is to do more of licks. So that means any place there's a lick that can come, it will do that. So you hear more energy. Okay, something like this. You guys hear it? More energy. You guys hear more energy. More energy. Okay, like here. All right, so that is the purpose of that. So together, the three concept is going to sound like this. Again, you are the engineer. You got to take time and say, what is good, what is not good, and know how to distribute them. When to cut something out, when to use something, when to automate something. Automation means you're bringing the volume down, up, whatever. When to do that, are you going to use automation in your mixing? You got to figure all that stuff out yourself, okay? I used to do a lot of automation. I don't do it as much lately. I just basically deal with gain reduction and stuff like that. Anyways, it's all up to you, however you like to do your work. All right? So, again, you see the live is changing it a little bit, right? A lot, I think, a lot. Okay, so from there, then we go to the bass. So remember the bass in the original one was playing something else. Here the bass in the original one. I always like to give you reference so you see the improvement of why we need live sounds. Okay, so here the bass. This is the keyboard. Me playing on the bass on the keyboard.
No
You guys see it? You guys hear me doing that, right? Cool. So that is, you hear me doing that. So that is what that bass was doing. Now let's hear what the live bassist did. Did he do anything better? Or is it almost the same? Let's hear the live bassist. All right, let's go to the end. Let's hear what how the bassist sounded there. Okay, so if I am you, I'm probably saying to myself, wow, I think I like the live better. I think the live is giving me more life, more energy, more vibe, whatever it is, okay? So if I'm you as a sound engineer, that's what I'm thinking about, okay? Then we have our trumpet works. Okay, you guys heard me playing the trumpet on the keyboard however I did. Okay, let me give you an example of what I was playing. I have some in here. So here, some of the stuff I was playing. Here it's gonna come. Just keep listening. You guys hear it? That's me playing. So that one is a MIDI play. But now let's hear the live. How does the live sound? So the whole thing is with the live, the trumpet is going to do it in parts, okay? So let's hear some of the parts. So for example, it will do something here. Okay, let's hear another part. Let's hear another part. Just like we do the BVs. Okay, let's see another part. Okay, so that is the flural. Sorry, the flugal. Okay, and then we have the tenor. But the tenor, you can tell in the beginning there's no notes there, but over here you hear some of it. Okay, you guys heard it. And then alto. Okay, so why do we have it like that? We have it like that, the same 2 2 2 2 2, because we are going to pan it similar to the guitar. Same thing for BVs. Okay, so from here to here are all trumpet works. Okay, so let's hear how it sounds together. Again, it's not mixed, it's not panned. So you guys hear live, right? Different feel, okay? Cool. And then again, once again, hear how mine sounds like. Just more electronic, okay? It's all good though, it's all good. All right, but you guys will realize that I took it all out and I kept some in there. I have a reason for that, because when it comes together, it sounds beautiful, okay? So we have that going. Before we continue, I want us to hear all the live works that were done. All the live works that were done, okay, excluding anything I did. Okay, every single live work that was done, excluding what I did. Okay, so this is all the live work that were done on the instrument side. Okay, we have these 4 here representing the maracas, the clip, the cowbell, and the congas, right? And then we have the guitar works, okay, in 3 parts. Then we have the bass tracking. Then we have the horn session tracking, okay? And that was all the instrument live works that went into this project, okay? Again, this is not done. I'm actually teaching you as we are going, so you see how this song was made. You are learning it with me. The song is not done, it's not mixed, nothing. We are doing it together, okay? So you are going to learn a lot. So let's hear just the live works by itself. Let's hear it. All right, so you guys get the point. So we have these live works done, and you guys hear the beauty of it, right? So again, that is it by itself. Of course, when everything comes together, it makes better sense, right? So, all right, we're not going to talk about these. We have already discussed it. That's just the lead voice. Now, you guys will see this cute thing here. What is that? That is called BVs, or backing vocals, okay? Same concept of what I told you about the left and right concept, okay? All right, so let me give you an example. So for example here, this is one of the BVs, left, right, same thing, okay? And then another part, you guys hear it? Another part, left, another part, same thing, right, okay, another part, left, another part, same thing, right, left and right. Then a final fourth part, left, fourth part, and then a right, okay. So together, they come together, and then they accomplish this as a whole group. You guys got it? So if you want to hear that with the lead singer, it will sound something like this.
Ye wudina ye asafu ye owa onyamitumfo ye wudina ye.
All right, you guys get the point. And then if you want to hear another part, let's hear it.
Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no ao chibe no Mese chibe unyankopon chibe no ao chibe no Obeya mawo Yesu beka mawo ao chibe no Mese obeya mawo yami bedia maoda.
All right, you guys get the point. So that is all the live works done. So again, live works were done for BVs. Well, that's not like a live thing, but sure. Yes. Extra services were done for the BVs, so we get some BVs works on. Okay. Whoa. Did I delete something? I want to make sure I didn't delete anything. Okay. Let me see. I want to make sure I didn't delete anything. Sorry that you guys get to see my files. I got to see something. All right. 13, right? So 13, that is trumpets. Okay, I think that's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. Oh, that's the end. That's the end. So what happened? Did it get deleted? Okay, so that got deleted. So let me put it back in. See, this is why you got to observe your project, right? Because, oh, no. It's here. It's here. It's just that I didn't delete it when I first imported it. See, it's right here. That's why I'm going crazy. See, there you go. So let me delete it from here because we don't need it there. Okay, so there you go. So it's towards the end right here. It does some solo stuff. Okay, it does that. All right, cool. So now that we've talked about this, all right, the point is, let me make this tiny. Tiny. Yeah, cool. So the point here is we started, let me go here. All right, the point here is this. We started from step 1 to 3. I've already talked about it. I'm not going to explain it again. So what we are doing is called, everything you see me doing is just showing you what works were done. However, what we are doing is called the cleanup and the first arrangement. Okay, cleanup and first arrangement is all together. Okay, and that is kind of me teaching you some of the step 3 because we didn't do it live in class, and that's why I wanted to show you a little bit. Okay, so the cleanup is the part we say we don't want this, we taking it out, we want this, we adding this, we don't want this, we substituting this. Okay, then the arrangement is us having it the way we want it to be arranged. Okay, of course there was a first arrangement that was done even before we programmed, right? So that one was like the initial arrangement, similar to the first. And then the cleanup is kind of like the cleanup of the first arrangement. And then the final arrangement is going to be like, okay, at this point, are we good to move on, right? That's it. It's like a confirmation of the arrangement we are going with, okay? So see the step 4 as a confirmation of the arrangement, okay? The final arrangement is like the confirmation of the arrangement. So you don't do much to it. You are just confirming and moving on or making slight tweaks, okay? Cool. So step 4, now we are talking about today's lesson. Okay, now we are at the step 4. So pay attention in case you want to really learn the process the right way. Okay, so at the step 4, we are going to do a little bit of clean up. Okay, so let's do cleanup work. So as you guys can see, I've done a lot of that already. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can do some cleanup and stuff like that. Okay, so from the beginning, we have an introduction, we know that. Okay, then the singer comes in, then the backers come in. Okay, so introduction, singers come, the singer come in, okay, which is Minister Richmond. Then the backers come in, and then we go, and then some interludes, one here, as you can see, one here, and one here. We have about 3 interludes just to help him know what song to sing next and stuff like that. Okay, so we have the understanding of all these already. Okay, so how are we going to be cleaning up this? You guys can see I've done a little bit of the cleanup here. You guys can see one of the ways you clean up is to color code your stuff. So by me color coding this blue, these 2 blue, it tells me that they are the same thing, right? They are the same thing, and together when they come, it's just going to sound like it's just like in the middle. But technically, they are 2 different recordings. However, because I'm playing them together, you hear it as one, okay? But it's 2 different recordings, okay? All right, so I've color-coded that blue, green, pink, yellow, or whatever that color is, okay? And that is a cleanup. And you guys can tell it doesn't look like a straight line like that. I've cut it. Like, for example, instead of a straight line like that all the way through, I've cut it so I know when it's coming and it's going out and stuff like that. And I've went ahead and done a lot of that, because if I did that live, it will be taking a lot of time, okay? And then also the horns work, okay? The horns work, it got to a part where nothing was here. So I had to eventually cut stuff that I want and place it at the parts that were not done. So the horns work was not exactly like you see. I had to cut. Like, for example, all here was empty, nothing. So I had to cut something that I like from another place and place it there and let it kind of blend, okay? I don't want to waste time and re-pull it back in. It's just going to waste our time. No point of me doing that, but I think you get the point, right? So that is what happened with the horns work. A lot of cutting other parts. For example, let's just say everything here is empty. Nothing is there. Then I'll come here and I'll cut. You guys can see there's a cut there, You see, there are cuts. Then maybe if I like that, I will select. I will select. I will select all this. You guys see that? And then I'll cut whatever I want to that place. Okay. Of course, not those two, but like the one. Okay. I have to zoom in to do all this stuff. All right. Cool. So, well, I guess since it's a lesson, I might as well show you. So, again, like this. So you see this? Then I will copy this and then go and paste it wherever I want it. Okay? That's how I had to do all these stuff. Okay? These trumpet works. Okay? I had to come in here and let it make sure it's matching. It's not just a copy and paste tool. I have to make sure it's aligning with wherever it needs to be and that stuff. It wasn't just copy and paste. Okay, I did a lot of these to save us time from doing this live. Okay, so you have to do all that stuff, not just because you copy and paste then it's good. No, you do it and then you have to make sure that it's synchronizing with the main audio or whatever you're trying to get it to match to. Okay, cool. So that was done with that. Of course, more cleanup. Let me show you an example of cleanup, how it looks like. So you guys realize that it's empty over here. You see it's empty over here. Let me solo it. You guys hear it's playing. Then nothing is playing. 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 Then it comes. So what if I said, hey, I want to clean all that up, right? So that's when I'll select this. All right. Then I'll say, hey, let me clean this up here. Actually, let's do this way. Let me clean this up here. And then let me clean this up here. You see that? And so oh, come on. All right. You see that? And so boom, it's gone. Okay. So that's exactly what happened to the other ones. Okay. So now you see it's empty over there. See, at first it wasn't. It looked like this. Okay. Now it looks like this. Okay. And then also when you're cutting, make sure you don't cut any notes away. So I got to play it and make sure it fits. It's not cutting any notes. It doesn't cut notes away. If you ever feel a note got cut away, then all you have to do is zoom in and make sure the cut is not happening too close to a note. Okay. Let it come out a little bit so it fill any possible spaces there. Okay. So don't just cut it too close to a note. Okay. So same thing here. You guys can see the notes start from here. And I have all this space, okay, to help so that it doesn't get cut. Okay. Cool. So that is kind of the basics of that. Okay. All right. Are we good? All right. If you're enjoying lesson, just make sure you put a comment so I know you're enjoying it. Okay. Good. So we are doing this in 3 parts. Okay. So we've done phase 1, step 1 to let me show you guys. I always like for you guys to see things. All right. So we are doing this in 7 steps in 3 parts. Part 1, we did step 1 to 3. Okay. Today we did a quick recap and we are covering 4 and 5. Then as the final one, we are going to do 6 and 7. Okay. 7 is not really a step, but it's something for you to know and get knowledge from. Okay. Cool. So this is it. Okay. So let's talk about the rest of our lesson and let's wrap this up soon. Okay. So again, we are dealing with clean up. I don't know why I always take it off first. So again, we are doing with clean up. Okay. Again, you see it, clean up stage, first arrangement, final arrangement. That is exactly what we are doing here. Then after that, we'll do mixing stage, okay, and confirmation stage. I'll explain to you what that means, okay. Everything is a step by step, okay. So now we are dealing with clean up, first arrangement, and final arrangement, okay. That's what we are dealing with right now. By the time we move on to the next step, we need to understand that, okay? So that's what we are doing. All right, clean up, first arrangement, final arrangement, okay? Or confirmation of arrangement, okay? Good. So as you guys can see, yeah, when it comes to arrangement, cleanup, you see me cleaning up and all that. You see me clean up the BVs. I've done that off camera, right? And I showed you this on camera, but I did all these off camera. Okay, you've seen that. Okay, for example, here nothing is there. I can say, oh, I'm going to take it out. Okay, you gotta clean up so you know what is going on. Okay, so for example, this is all orange. Maybe I want all my just like I did this, I want my different horns, maybe parts 1 and 2. For example, this is the main 5 and 6. You see? Okay, let me zoom in. I don't think this is going to make sense to you guys. No, I got to do it this way so you guys can see everything. So let me just do it this way. So you see, trump for trumpet, main 5 for left, trump for trumpet, main 6 for right. Okay, 5 and 6, main 5 and 6. Okay, that's what it stands for, left and right. Okay, I can just put main L, main right. It doesn't matter. Same thing. All right. So I just do the naming based on how the files were named when it came to me. All right. So I can say, oh, I want the color red, for example, or whatever. Maybe blue. Okay, and I can get blue, and maybe blue. And I can get blue. And then maybe for the flugel, it's 2 parts. I can say, oh, okay, I want to use common colors. So let me use a lighter blue, and maybe tenor. You see, trump 10, 9, and, that's why. Again, clean up, naming. I did all these things. That is not the file names. Here are the file names. Look at it. The file names are these things. Okay, I cleaned it up so it can be cleaned up. These are the file names you are seeing here. Okay, when I imported it, I went ahead and I named it the way it needs to be. Clean up, stay clean, stay organized. Okay, so again, clean up also stands for organized, by the way. Okay, we want to stay organized. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, so I have a blue, maybe I want a lighter blue, possibly. Actually, let's do this. Let's make this to the lighter blue, which is the flugel. And then we are going to make the tenor ones. Let's see. Is there a color that is not too... Yeah. Let me see. Green. Yeah, let's do green. And then the alto part, we are going to make it... let's see. Okay. Yeah, let's make that more like this purple here, purplish color here. Or yeah, that's fine. Let's make it like that. And then maybe the fail, we can make it a dark brown. If you don't find your colors up here, this is because it's an external thing that an external installation that I did to get this. But if you don't have it, just click your mixer, and usually somewhere in there you should be able to get to it. Okay, and then maybe you want a different color like a brown, sure, can come in here and pick that. Right, that's up to you if that's what you want. Okay, in this case I probably want a different color. Let's see. Yeah, maybe even black. With the exception that with black, you're not going to see your notes. So it might not be a good idea if you are mixing for later. So you're going to pick this pink. Okay, cool. So at this step, we got some color cleanups going on. So we know these are all the trumpet works. We know these 2 blue are going together, left and right, left and right, left and right. See, I'm not mixing, but my organization is speaking volumes. You guys see what's happening here? I'm not even mixing, but my organization is doing all the work. Okay, my organization is helping me to do all the work. Okay, because I know main 1 and 2. And keep in mind, it wasn't just in this order. I had to do all the order. Like, for example, this one could have been here. I had to do all the order and stuff like that, right? And make it into how I want to see it. Okay, so it goes 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, 5, 6. This one is supposed to be 7, 8. Okay. Oh, it is. I'm the one just messing up. All right. So 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You guys see that? Okay. Good. So this is the cleanup we are talking about. Organizing it, making it look nice, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Cool. And then the guitars, right? We can probably keep that. The guitars, I'm gonna make that. Let me see. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna make the guitars white. You see, white like this. You guys see that? Boom. Okay, I'm gonna make the guitars white because I'm gonna be deleting this thing. It's just a reference for you guys. All right. So the guitars, I'm gonna make it all white. So now, without even reading, I can say, oh, guitar is all. Let me talk about colors. All right. So my whites are my guitars. I'm not even looking here now, okay? But you guys can check if I'm right. You can check here. I'm not even looking there right now. So my whites are my guitars. This right here is going to be my bass, all right? And then this group here is going to be my trumpet works. Okay, I can kind of see it, but you guys get the idea. And then this last group here is going to be my BVs, okay? You can stay organized, clean, okay? You guys see how it's starting to look different? It's looking organized, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. You don't need all this, but it's just something for you to do to help you out. So, now let's unsolo this. Okay, and let's see, what other cleanups do we need to do? Okay, so I think at this point, colors don't really matter really, but I'm just doing that so you know it can be a possibility, okay, to make your life easier. So, for example, the lead vocal. The lead vocal sings all the way up to here.
Oh, nyamiton for ye, udina ye.
Then he's gonna stop. And there's all this noise. All this noise. All this noise. You see that? Then he comes again. So I can say to myself, okay, I don't need none of that noise, although I can treat it with a gate. Okay, we'll talk about gate in mixing. So I can say I don't want none of that, so I'm going to cut it out. You guys realize I'm not cutting right there. I don't want to lose his words. Look at that. Now you're not going to hear it anymore. It's gone. You don't hear it anymore. And the music is going to be playing, so it won't matter. And then he's going to come in. You guys see that? So this is what we are talking about, cleaning up, okay? This is just an example of the cleanup, okay? But again, cleanup is big. It's not just this. See, we have an empty space here. A lot of noise going on. He's not even singing yet. He even is appropriating minimum. He even is appropriating his minimus. Okay, here, the guy is appropriating his minimum. You see, you see, you will not hear it because it's not going to be audible. But you can clean it up and make it better, right? You have two options. Either cut it and then delete it, or delete it like I showed you here. Right here. Or simply drag till it gets close to whenever he starts. Sometimes you don't want to take the breathing out. Okay, you want the gate to take care of that, or you doing your fades and stuff like that. Okay, fade it in and stuff like that. Okay, so you don't want to cut everything out entirely.
Minyame ye.
Yep, you want to get a little bit, not too much.
Minyame ye.
Perfect.
Odi mafo. Odi mame no kama. Opon chebeno. Ah oh chebeno.
Okay, you see the voice cut too quick. This is a good example of why you got to pay attention.
Opon chebeno.
You see the voice cut too quick.
Oh chebeno.
Go, it's gone. So now I can come here and say, okay, maybe I need to, you see,
Ah oh chebeno.
it's gone. I can maybe that's how he sang it too.
Ah oh chebeno.
Okay, that was a weird sound, right?
Ah oh chebeno. Ah oh chebeno.
Okay, you hear that? You see?
Oh chebeno.
That's probably why I cut it that much, right? So that way that thing don't come.
Ah oh chebeno.
Now you don't hear it, right? It's gone. Cool. So you see how cleanup works? You are cleaning up so you don't get those bad things and those audibly bad stuff and the things you don't want to hear. You want to get rid of them, okay? And so that is why you would do cleanup of any sort, okay? Let me make sure if I don't have any questions. I want to make sure I don't have any questions. Okay, let me make sure I don't have any questions. Very important, okay? It's very important to me that I'm teaching you good and you're learning, okay? Okay, so somebody says, Ted Jemfia Noche, how did you record the horns? Okay, so Ted, the horns were done live. I think I've explained that. And let me see, how were all instruments recorded from the keyboard? Can you use these stems live? Yes, so I think I've explained that, Ted Jemfia Noche. I think I said, for example, let me give you an example here now. Let me give you a live example. So a live example would be say I had my cowbell, my congas live, and I had my keyboard live, and I had my bass live. I'm just trying to give you a very good example, okay? And then say I wanted to do my brass, no, synth. And then let's do, excuse me, artists, synths. Is it this here? I'm still getting used to Studio One. All right, so synths. You know what? Let me just load it in. It might be easier. All right, so for example, if I pick Presence in Studio One and I come here and go to, I don't know, I thought it was Synth Sessions, but I guess not. So I guess maybe brass. Yeah. Instrument 4. Yeah, that's it. I think I went to the right place. Okay, so now hear this. Hear what I have. I have this. So if I know what key I'm playing, which is F sharp in this song, you guys hear it? So say I like this tone. This is just an example. So say, oh, you know what? I can actually find the tone here. Is that it? Trumpet session. Okay, so trumpet session. It's not this. It's the trumpet session. It's the trumpet session. Will I find it? trumpet session. Whatever. So what I'll do is this. I will delete this, and then I'm going to pick this, okay? Yeah. Okay, so say I like that, right? And I have my a few instruments selected. Let me hear it. Okay, so you guys hear it? So say if I wanted to play my own brass, then that one I will play here like this, okay? So this is like the key play. You guys see I'm playing? So that example that I'm doing is called me playing it on the keyboard, right? But again, those stuff you're hearing is live, actually a live trumpeter playing. Like we send the song, you pay them, they play and send it back to you, okay? So that's how it works. So if you're an engineer, you got to be willing to invest in your music. If you want your artists, you want to get more clients, don't keep everything to the keyboard. You need to invest in your music, okay? So instead of me doing all that, then a live trumpeter is doing all this, okay? Hear it. So you guys see how that works? So that is what the live trumpeter is doing. So yes, Ted. So you can do that. So once the live trumpeter gives you that, you can use it for any song that is in the key and the tempo. That is the key word. So for example, Ted, let me give you a very good example. So say Amponsan. Amponsan is a song that we use in a lot of our music, right? It's so repetitive, right? So if you have a song like Amponsan or a rhythm like Amponsan, and you have an artist who's doing a rhythm like Amponsan and you did a live session, right? So that live session, of course, you're going to have the file saved, right? Just like I have mine saved, right? My files are here. I can just come here and pick it, and it's going to play wherever it comes. See? So it's a live work that was done. You see? You guys see that? So say you have a live trumpeter who did that for you, okay? Then you can say to yourself, oh, okay, maybe that one was Abna's song. Abna did her song in key F, and you had the live trumpeter play. So say the next time Abna, or let's just say another girl coming or something like that, and her name is Ejubi, and Ejubi comes to the studio and Ejubi tells you, okay, can I get I want to do a song, it sounds like Amponsan, or it goes like this, and I want to do that in the key of F. Now we're at Tomo, I don't know. So that means now you as the engineer will say to yourself, okay, is the song the same BPM or similar? If it's similar, I'm going to use the same BPM I used for Ajwa the other day. So that way I can use this just to help the person out, especially if they don't have money to invest in live instruments, okay? But if they do, then they will just do it fresh all the time, right? So again, it's reusable, is what I'm saying. It's reusable as long as the project settings fit the recording. How about that? It's reusable as long as the project setting fit the recording. BPM. For example, this song you are hearing, the BPM is at the bottom right here, right? 138, okay? So 138 BPM, whatever song you are trying to use this in has to be 138 BPM for it to be on time, or at least close enough, right? So that you don't have to restretch it too much and it sounds bad, right? And then also the key has to be also F sharp, okay? You cannot do a song in F sharp, then go and put that F sharp in a song that is something else. The only thing you can do that will make this possible if you ever do something in a different key is to transpose this, okay? You can use a flex pitch to analyze the audio and then retune it into a transpose it or retune it to fit whatever key you're playing it in. But then it will not sound as natural, right? So the idea is to have it as natural as possible, okay? So Fred, that will be the answer to your question. Fred said, oh, sorry, not Fred, Ted Jemfianochi said, God bless you. God bless you too, brother. So again, if you guys have questions, please do ask. I'm here for you guys. You guys ask me a lot of questions whenever I'm not doing this. This is why I'm doing this for you guys, because you guys ask these questions. I have people who send me messages. Can you teach me how to do this? I'm really learning a lot from your channel. You know, people say these things, and that's why I'm doing this for you, okay? So please, if it's helping you and you have a question, please do ask. I'm going to be going off and on to the phone. Let me check on the Facebook, guys, to make sure I don't have any question. Okay, let me make sure Facebook, I don't have any question there, and then we move on. Okay, then we move on. Okay, good. We don't have any questions on Facebook, so we are going to move on. Okay, we are going to move on. So again, prior to me talking about all this, we were talking about cleaning up, okay? And again, we are cleaning up. You saw me clean up the audio part here, so the breathing and all those noise will not come too much, especially when the mic is not picking the direct voice or the direct input, okay? So all those can be cleaned up. If you see this audio here, which is my voice, I have it muted. It doesn't matter. I can clean up this section here. I can clean up this section here. I can clean up this section here. But it doesn't matter to me right now at this point, right? So the point is, go ahead and clean up. Let me show you another form of cleaning up. For example, if you come here, you realize that all these have notes. All these trumpets have notes, right? They all have notes. But this don't have notes. Why is it there? Get it out. Get it out, right? Why is this there? Get it out. No notes, get it out. Whatever don't have notes, get it out, okay? So that is, all these are forms of cleaning up, okay? You don't just, let me see, tiny. Let's make that normal. Good. So when it's big like this, it makes better sense, right? Good. So this is better. Good. So see, here, nothing is happening. Why is it there? Get it out. 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 You see what is happening? You are getting all these things out. You don't want no problem. Here, there's nothing happening. You can even get it there, but right now, I don't really care. I just want it to be all the same thing. All right. Here, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. He doesn't even play until the end. Why are all those there? Get it out. So I know that nothing is on this line till the end. So now I have something like this, right? Just the end. Nothing is playing in the beginning, just the end. If I don't, then I got all this going on, and I think, then I think something is happening over here. But meanwhile, nothing is happening. It's rather just the end. He plays something there, okay? So that is the purpose of the cleanup, okay? So you're going through cleanup to make sure you are cleaning up all the parts that are not needed, okay? For example, if you come here, especially in mixing, you are going to be doing panning and all that. The trumpeter did not play anything for here. Nothing. He didn't play anything. I'm soloing it so you can hear. Nothing. So why are those there? He didn't play anything for tenor. He did not play anything for alto. He just did the flugelhorn and then the main. That's it in the beginning. So why am I wasting my time keeping it there? I can simply get it out because it's just dead silence, okay? Dead silence, nothing is going on there, okay? I can move on and check a few examples, okay? I keep going. Nothing is here. Look. All right. Nothing is here. Look, nothing is there. Why am I keeping it there? Get it out. Get it out, okay? So this is what cleanup is all about, okay? Again, it's a MIDI thing, so it doesn't really matter. If it's an audio thing, then it matters a lot. But I'm teaching you so you get used to doing it for audio, okay? You see all these spaces here? You can cut all those things, okay? You see how I did the other ones? Let me actually show you how I did it. This is a perfect time for me to actually teach you this, all right? All right, let me actually show you how I did it, okay? So here, I have this going on. I'm going to be cutting. So I cut. Okay, I'm showing you so you get used to it. I cut. While I do that, I'm going to be deleting the things I'm cutting. You see that? How it's becoming a bit cleaner or whatever, you know? Again, I don't know what is your definition of cleanliness, but it's up to you. All right? You guys see that? You see? I didn't want to do this. I didn't really care, but for the sake of demonstration, that's why I'm doing it. For the sake of demonstration. You guys see that? So within a few seconds or whatever, we got something a bit cleaned up here, okay? To look a bit like that. So the front now don't look like it's just one thing. It's cleaned up. That's what we are talking about, cleaning up. Clean up your project. Keep it clean. Keep it organized, okay? Good. Cool. So now we got something going, okay? Our trumpet works are all here. I feel like I don't like this color. I don't know why I feel like I don't like that color. Anyways, whatever. Yeah, let's use that. It's all good. All right, cool. So, yeah. So you guys see that we got it cleaned up. It's good. The guitar, you probably don't want to clean up anything because it's doing a lot of work. All right. And then also here, you see, it's all cleaned up from the session 1. Okay. So at this moment, cleanup is taken care of. We are done cleaning up. Okay. So at this moment, this cleanup is good. So now let's talk about arrangement. Okay. Arrangement. The idea behind this whole song is we start out with an intro. We sing song 1. An intro comes, we sing song 2, an intro comes, we sing song 3, an intro comes, we finish the final song with song 4. So let's see if that's what we see. So we have an intro section here, okay, so pay attention to my mouse. That's the only way you can understand what I'm talking about. Pay attention to wherever my mouse goes. We have an intro section here. It plays all the way up to this section, okay. Of course, I don't have things noted and labeling it and stuff like that because I don't care at this point for stuff like this. Of course, if you want to be more serious, then you got to worry about the fact that you got to add notes and stuff like that. You know, for me, I try not to worry about stuff like that. It's not important to me, okay? But it should be important to you, okay? All right, cool. So again, we have an intro section here, right? Then song 1. So pay attention. Song 1 is going to start from here where he starts singing, okay? Then he's going to sing all the way to here. See, that's his voice. His voice stops right here, okay? Then the first interlude comes, okay? Then he comes back in here, okay, at this stage. Okay, he comes back in. Then he sings all the way to the end here. Then the second interlude comes. Then he comes back in. Once it ends, he comes back in and goes to the final interlude or the third interlude, all right? And then at that point, he comes in with the final song, okay, and it's done. So again, based on the concept that I built for this track, okay, everything is in line. We have an intro, song 1, interlude, song 2, interlude, song 3, interlude, song 4, and we are done. So based on the structure, the things I'm talking to you about is called structure. Based on the structure that I built for this song, everything looks in place, okay? So that arrangement that I initially started with looks good for first arrangement and looks good for final arrangement. But I'll talk to you a little bit about final arrangement. Look at this. I'm going to show you a very good example of final arrangement. What I mean by this. So as we are dealing with final arrangement, I want to talk to you about something very important. So, you know, he's singing, at the end, he's singing, right? And then you will hear, let me use the BVs as an example. That'll be better. Okay, the BVs. Okay, so keep in mind, when he comes in with right? Hear how the BV backs him.
Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no chibe no bese chibe unyankopon chibe no chibe no.
So you see how it did it? It did Tribeno. You see how the BV did it? Tribeno. Do you think the BV had time to do all this? No, it was empty. Nothing. All the BV did was simply do the first thing, and that's it. And so I, as the engineer, have to go in and say, what part do I want at the other part, right? And so I listen to this. It's like it's ending. You see that I cut this one and I place it here, and I just made it shorter. It's longer, but I just made it shorter, right? Cool. So you guys see what happened? I doubled this thing because I liked how the BV backed it. You guys realize I didn't make it the same as the beginning. You see? Trebeno. But then here it doesn't do the Trebeno. It's just that Trebeno. You guys see that? So that is what I'm talking about. Do I like that arrangement of how things are flowing? Where the BVs come in, where the trumpet come in. That is what final arrangement is all about. Final arrangement is like, do I like how it sounds? Do I like how it is? Don't I think there needs to be a tom or rolling here? All those things is what we deal with final arrangement, okay? So for the purpose of you understanding, I wanted to use the BVs to kind of give you the idea. So you realize the BVs, it does this in the beginning. Then when it continues, it does it different, right? I copied that and put it there. You see? And I let it repeat a little bit. Then I let it come back over here. So let's hear how it sounds there. You see? The BV did not do that. I, as the engineer, cut it and put it there. Okay? Then it went out. Okay? So what am I trying to say here? Take your time. Make sure the arrangement, the flow, everything sounds good to you. Okay? That is it. And so that is what the final arrangement and the first arrangement all deals with. The first arrangement is kind of what I did even before I started, and I explained it to you. Intro, song 1, interlude, song 2, interlude, song 3, interlude, song 4, and then we exit, okay? That's it. And that is all you need to do for the structure. So for you to understand what the first arrangement all deals with, you need to understand how to structure a song. Okay, so this song is already structured. Okay, because I did all the structure even before we started doing all these things. Okay, because I understood what I wanted to how I wanted to go about with this one. Okay, cool. And so that is what we have. So now that we have that, certain things have been muted. We need to know, are we using it or are we not using it? So let's talk about it. So we have a mute here. This one was what we used to guide us so that the singer knows when to come in and out when they were studying. Do we really need it? Let's hear it. Do we need it? Absolutely not. Get it out. Stay clean. Stay simple. Okay, we wanted to use this. Do we still feel like we want to use it? Well, there's only one way to find out before we throw it entirely away. Let's bring our drums and let's release it and actually make it a bit louder so we can hear it. Oh, it's already loud. Okay, good. So we can hear it. Now, let's see. Does it really fit what we are trying to do? Something about me tells me I don't really need it, but I may want to cut a part and blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to leave it there. You see? But before I move on to mixing, I have to make up my mind. So right now, I haven't made my mind on that yet. But I know I'm going to get it out. I just want to make sure. So now let's hear this shaker. The tambourine. You hear how it sounds? Let's see it. Does it fit our song? Does it fit? Do I want to have a tambourine battling with my shaker, with my maracas? No. Get it out. Now. It's gone. Okay? So now I have my fails, which is my rulings, right? But with these, I just did random things. Random things. Okay? So I'm going to take time and do it. Okay? That's why it's muted the whole time. That's why you're not hearing it, because it's just what I use for the beginning to get me to get into the groove, that kind of thing. Okay? At this point, this is where we started from. Do I really want to know where we started from again? No, that was for the purpose of the lesson. I only want to know where we are going, get you out. So at this point, we have narrowed everything down. And then here, this is Richmond's voice. Do I really like the ad-libs he did? I don't think I did. Bye-bye. You are gone. You see that? I'm subtracting. I'm adding. I am substituting. I am managing the files. I'm managing the content. I'm making sure things are in the right place. Okay? It's gone. So now the fills I know I'm going to have to do, so that one can be there. Then I have my ad-lib here, which I don't know if we're going to use, but for now it's there. I will figure it out if we're going to use. Okay? And my ad-lib simply is his voice. Just help him with his voice. But I don't think it's necessary. Like, for example, hear it. Give the Lord a praise. Come on. So hear my voice. So I can make a decision. Do I really want to keep my voice in there or just let it be just him and the Bacchus, you know? So let's hear it. Give the Lord a praise. Come on.
Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no. Ah oh chibe no. Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no. Ah oh chibe no. Obeya ma wo Yesu beka ma wo. Ah oh chibe no. Meso obeya ma wo nyami bedia ma oda. Ah oh chibe no.
All right, so you guys get the point, right? It's not really, it was just there to give us the vibe, that kind of thing in the beginning. At this point, do we need it? We are not working backwards, we are working forward, right? Do we need it, right? And so, again, remember, the idea was to start with your sketch, okay? So, to recap, the idea is to start with your sketch, okay? You're starting with your sketch or you're starting with your pre-programming. The point is, let's get something started, let's move, okay? But then, as you're working, there are certain things you will not like, there are certain things you like, there are certain things that will not fit, there are certain things that will fit, and you have to make a choice on all those, okay? All right, so right now we have talked about cleanup. You know what cleanup is about. We've talked about first arrangement and final arrangement, and you know what that is about. Final arrangement is to say who is not going to make the cut, who is going to make the final cut, okay? And that's what final arrangement is all about, okay? Final arrangement is about who is going to make the final cut, who will make the final cut, okay? All right, good. Again, I just want to say, if you would like to record at our studio, our number is +1 571 577 4471 571 577 4471. You can contact us if you want to record with us, or you want us to mix your song for you, or if you need any studio services. We are always happy to assist you. All right, cool. Let's move on. So at this point, we understand cleanup, we understand first arrangement, and we understand final arrangement. Final arrangement is a confirmation of the arrangement that we are going to use we are going to put out to the world, okay? So at this point, I am not 100% sure if I'm going to do my ad-lib again, or I'm going to keep it, or it's not necessary, it's just there. But one of the ones I want to really focus on is this sound here. I want to just add it just to hear how it sounds, to make sure if I want it or I don't want it, okay? So let's hear it. I feel like it messes it up, okay? When it comes, you guys cannot hear it, but I can hear it well. It's there small. You have to really pay attention. The only way I can make you hear is by putting a compressor on it so you can hear it better. Okay, like this. I feel like it messes up the style, so he's going to be out. I don't want you. At this point, we are getting close. It seems like everything we want is there. We just haven't made up our mind on the ad-lib, and the fills, you guys already understand. We're going to do that separately, okay? So the fills is something that we will put in there for the roll-ins, okay? So again, I introduced that to you like in the beginning. Maybe it's going, then you do. Let me see. So something like this. So here, something like this. You know, once I do the rollings, it's gonna sound like this. You guys hear? It's not up here, so you cannot hear it, but it's gonna be and stuff like that. You know. and I'll do stuff like that, and it'll fit. Okay. So for now, well, for you to understand, let me just put the volume up on those. It's not a big deal. So I'm gonna bring the volume up. I'm gonna bring the volume up, and I'm gonna bring the volume up. All right. That's not the right way of doing it, but it's okay. Just so you guys can understand. So hear it. You guys hear it? You guys hear it? Of course, I will do what fits, and I'm not going to keep repeating over and over and over. It's just going to be a part, okay? Then, of course, the clashes and stuff like that, okay? Okay, you got to deal with all those as well, okay? So you got to find where you have placed them at. Right now, it's at random places, so usually I'll just do it. So here. See? Okay. So for example, this one, right? And you will put it at the right levels and mix it in. Okay, cool. So I don't want to really waste time on the rolling. Okay, I just want to kind of just give you an idea of the basic things. Okay, so at this point we have the song laid out and we understand the structure. At this point we are good to go with our mixing. Let's assume we decided to use this and we have already done the fills. Okay, I have it muted so that it doesn't distract your hearing. Okay, that's the only reason why it's muted. Okay, so that I can take time when I'm actually mixing to do it. Okay, so at this point the next step and the most important step of making a hit record, besides the fact that you got a program, okay, is this right here, this bad boy right here. Okay, we have the final arrangement now finalized. Okay, now we got to deal with the mixing stage and confirmation stage. What do I mean by mixing stage and confirmation stage? Okay, so now when you have your final mix down, you have to say to yourself, okay, well, let me mix the song. But then the mixing do not go into mastering until it is confirmed by the client, or if it's your own production or whatever. For example, this is my artist. He is not going to say anything about a final confirmation. I'm the one who's going to say I like it, I don't like it, and deal with all that, right? So the mixing stage is the stage where we are going to tune all the instruments and bring life into it and all that stuff and all that dirty work and all that hard work will go in. Okay, so that is it. Like this song you're hearing is not mixed. Okay, it's not mixed. It's just as is, dry. A few compressors I've put onto certain things so you can hear it. That's it. And I'm going to take it off so you can hear how it sounds without nothing, right? So in mixing, that's when we are going to treat the instruments and treat the voices. Okay, so today I'm going to show you the basics of mixing, maybe for a good 20 minutes or whatever. Then we are going to wrap it up. Okay, then after that I will export it whenever I actually mix the song, and then we'll do the mastering when I'm actually mastering. Okay, so it's going to be very fun. You guys are going to enjoy it. Okay, so today's mixing is not going to be my real mixing. It's going to be Stein's way of teaching you mixing, but then I'm going to delete it and actually take time and mix off camera. Okay, good. So with that said, let's move on to, all right, let's move on to the program and start from there. Good. Again, this is the phase 4 to 5 of 7. Okay, we have 7 steps and we are at the stage 5 at the moment. Right now we are talking about stage 5 at the moment. At the very moment, Stage 5. Good. So we are going to be dealing with mixing. Okay. At this point, the song is good to go. We have a total of 32 tracks. Okay. We have a total of 32 tracks. It's ready to go. Okay. Are we? So with this song, how many tracks do we have? 32. So if you wanted to know how many tracks did it take you to make this song? 32. That is if I decide to keep my ad lib. If I don't, then it's going to be 31. Okay, so 32 tracks. So this is a 32 track song. Okay, 32 track song. Okay, so let's hear a little bit of it before I start talking about mixing.
Ye wudi na ye asafu ye owa o nyami tumfu ye wudi na ye o nyami tumfu ye wudi na ye.
Wow. So this whole time, I think you guys couldn't hear me. I think I think you guys couldn't hear everything that I was saying. But anyways, I'm going to summarize it for you. I'm going to summarize it for you. You guys couldn't hear everything I was saying. Okay, cool. So let me summarize it for you. Basically, you want to have a dry channel, okay? Nothing on the channels, okay? Nothing. Everything is gone, nothing, okay? Then the pans, everything centered, okay? Everything centered, okay? Then your levels, wherever I was at, pull it all the way down. Select it all, put it all the way down, 0. You should play it back and hear nothing. Hear nothing, absolutely nothing. As you guys can see, it's playing in the program, but you're not hearing anything. The moment I bring it up, then you hear something, okay? So 0, okay? Then on your output ceiling, if it's set to whatever, make sure it's at 0. Never touch it. Let it always be at 0, okay? That's what I was saying. If you decide to make it, reduce it, please, nothing more than -2. Maybe -1, -2, but please keep it at 0 at best. Not higher, 0 all the time. Don't touch it, 0. Then for your peak return, always make sure it's peaking between -6 to -4, -6 to -4, okay? And that peak is fine, okay? And so that way you can have a clean recording. And that's what I was demonstrating in case you couldn't hear my voice, okay? Cool. So now that you guys can hear my voice and I'm not messing with the microphone, let's move on. So in mixing, you understand one of the rules. One of the rules is set your output ceiling to 0 or your main out to 0. And make sure whenever you are mixing your return, you are keeping an eye on that return to make sure you are not going too high. For example, I know I have to mix 32 tracks, okay? I know I have to mix all these 32 tracks. By the time I get to wherever I'm at, and if I'm already peaking at -5 or whatever, that's not good, because that means by the time I process the rest, there's going to be a problem. It's going to go over. So you want to mix low. So this is one of the important rules. Mix low and then worry about gaining later, okay? Mix low, then worry about gaining later. So in mixing, focus more on coloration, okay? Coloration meaning the color, the beauty, the tonality, that kind of thing. Focus more on that. Don't worry too much about how loud it is. Don't worry too much about loudness in mixing, okay? In mixing, focus more on coloration, tonality, that kind of thing, okay? Mood, that thing, set the mood for it in mixing, okay? Again, this is not my mixing. This is for me to help you understand how I do mixing, because I have to take time to actually mix, okay? Which I'm going to mix this week anyways. So probably we'll do the mastering next week. All right. So with that said, how do I like to mix with these rules that I've explained? In case I remember a rule that I didn't mention, I'll just tell you whenever it comes in mind. So for me personally, we have 32 tracks. Where do I start from? I never, in mixing, start with my vocalist. Okay? I always start with my instrumentation. Because I feel like the instruments is what really makes a song great. Of course, the vocalist can be great and it can be good and it makes it better. But to me, if the instrumentation is not good, it even makes the singer look bad. Okay? So for me, when I start mixing, I deal with the instrumentation first. Okay? Does that make sense? Good. So in this case, all right, everything is lowered. And in Studio One, your mixer is going to look like this. Okay, you're going to have to pull it up so it shows you everything you need to do. And even here, it's going to look like this. You see? You're going to have to pull it up so your inputs and stuff show. See, it's gone. Pull it up so it shows. Okay, so that is the idea here. We are going to mix this way. All right, you guys realize I keep doing that something. That means I'm saving. When you see something come on the screen, that means I'm always saving progress. So in mixing, always save progress. Please, that's a rule. All right, good. So now that we've talked about that, let's deal with mixing the song. Okay. So what will be the first thing I would like to mix? Okay. For me personally, I'm not going to, the drums is very important to me. You know? So now that the song is done, I'm going to turn off my metronome. Okay. That way I can focus on the actual song. You can't hear it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it up a little bit, slightly. You guys see how low it is? You can barely hear it. You guys cannot even hear it well. But that is the goal. Because if I bring it up for you to hear, then I'm going to defeat the purpose of mixing low. You see? Already -2. If we are trying to really mix, it's just because of the stream. That's why I bring the numbers up. But we are trying to mix. So learn the right way. Okay? So we're going to bring it up gradually. Okay, that's fine. So one of the things you guys will realize is it's one track. But is it really one track? Absolutely not, because I did a multi-track recording. Okay, and I'm going to show you why. So when you come here, this one is the kick, right? It's assigned to nothing. So now I'm going to assign it. Okay. So the way it works is I have a 32 channel multi recording going on. Okay. Multi output recording going on. Okay. Output, multi output. Okay. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4 stereo channels from 1, 3, 5, and 7. So if my kick, I want to assign it. Will I assign it to any of these 4? No. Why? Because they are stereo channels. I'm going to assign it to 9 because it's a mono channel. So I'm going to click 9. See, you can't hear it anymore. It's gone. Okay. However, in the mixer view, all those channels are represented with a plus as you keep adding and adding and adding. All those 32 channels are there. So now I got to look for the 9. And now bring up the 9. You guys see that? So again, that way I have control over the individual instruments. So it is very important that when you are doing your recording, you don't record as a stereo if you want to do this. If you want to mix it separately, then record multi. So the way it works is here in Studio One. Let me give you my small camera. Okay. Here in Studio One, what am I even doing? Battery, right? So Native Instruments battery. So when you do the battery and it gives it to you, well, in Studio One, you got to do it slightly different. In Logic and some of the other DAWs, it's a bit easier because it allows you to pick similar to this contact out and blah, blah, blah. Okay, anyways. So what you would do is in Studio One, you got to find your settings. Hold on one second here. Edit preferences, okay? And then you got to go to let me see, let me see. Yeah, Studio One does it a bit different than some of the other DAWs, so it's a bit weird. Okay, good. The engine, okay? So by default, it will not look like this. By default, it would look something like maybe 16 channel stereo, okay? You got to do a custom and tell it you want 4 stereo and 24 mono, and that's exactly what you see on mine. The first 4 is stereo, the rest of it is mono, okay? Again, if you pick here and you come here and you come here, first 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 stereo, the rest mono. That's 24 channels, okay? And that's how you do that, okay? So with that said, we found the kick. It's here, channel 9. So now what we're going to do is we're going to rename it. Studio One is okay. There you go. And then we're going to call it kick. Okay. I sometimes would do KK. Okay. So I know that's my kick. So I got it. So what else is playing? I got to figure out what else is playing. I see a close hi-hat playing here. You got to ask yourself, my hi-hat, do I want it to be a stereo sound or do I want it to be a mono sound? Well, it can go either ways. But for the purpose of what I am doing, I want to use that as a mono, okay? And actually, I'm going to switch it up. Let me see. Yeah, I'm going to switch it up and make that a 9. And then I'm going to make my kick an 11. And then I'm going to make my snare, this snare, you cannot hear it. I'm going to make that a 10. And I'm going to explain to you why. I just like to bring my other sounds before my kick. So now, remember what I did? I made this into a hi-hat, so I have to change it into a hi-hat, okay? HH stand for hi-hat, okay? So you can do it like that, or HH like this, or hi-hat. Okay, I'm just going to do HH. So that's my hi-hat track. Then my next one is snare. You heard it? Snare. Okay, you hear it? Then my next one is my kick. Okay, so far I've done it. See, I just saved. You saw it? Because I don't want to lose my work. Okay, so you see how I'm controlling the individual instruments now because of me recording the way I wanted to record, so I can come back and deal with it later. So now let's go and find the other ones. There is an open hat here. What do you think that should be? it should be the same as this, okay? Same channel as your 9. Again, remember, it depends if you are making it a stereo or mono. Right now, I want to make a mono. So anytime it plays, you hear it. Now you hear it, you see? You guys hear it? Good. Now, if I wanted to pan it and stuff, I could give it its own separate channel. But for now, I don't need it like that. Okay? You guys see that? So far, we got those taken care of. So this clap, so we got a clap going on. Right? Let's see what is not used up yet. We have used 9 for our hi-hat. We have used 10 for our snare. We have used 11 for our kick. A clap. Do you think a clap should be mono or stereo? For me, I'm going to use it as a stereo sound, okay? A stereo. Okay, I'm going to use it as a stereo. Except I'm going to use 3 and 4. 3 and 4. I have a reason for that. Okay. Good. So now I can name it clap. All right. You see, I'm always saving. You saw the save, right? So that way my work is always being saved. Okay. So this is mixing, guys. This is how it works. It's kind of a bit of cleaning up. And then after that, you're gonna start doing the real knowledge you have. Do you really have the knowledge as a sound engineer? This is where you're gonna test it out. All right. So you see, by me assigning and mapping it, you are now beginning to hear them, right? Good. Is there something I'm missing? Let's find out. I have a kick. I have a hi-hat, close hat, open hat. Okay, so kick is, let me start with 9. So hi-hats, close and open is 9. Snare is 10. 11 is, kick is 11, okay. Then my clap is 12. No. My clap is 3 and 4 because I switched it to a stereo. Okay, 3 and 4. Let's see. Yep, 3 and 4. See, it's checked. So now we know it's good. So now, I haven't done my toms. I haven't done it yet, okay? So, with my toms, are they going to be mono or stereo? I definitely want it to be mono, okay? Not stereo. So I'm going to use these toms. I click it a lot because that's what I want to use. So I got to, what did I get to? I got to I got to 12, okay? Which is, no. I got to 11. 11. I don't have a 12 assigned yet. So I'm going to make that my 12. 12. My high tom, my 12. My mid tom, my 13. My 13. And then my low tom. Not really floor tom, but low tom. What did I just pick? For my mid, I picked 13. So this one is going to be 14. Okay, 14. So now I have 12, 13, 14. Okay, and you won't hear it because I haven't assigned it yet. You won't hear it. Okay, or I haven't leveled it yet. So now, if I wanted to hear it, that means I have to come to 12. See, right now I'm going to play. You don't hear anything. You see, you don't hear anything. I'm clicking. You're not hearing anything. But the moment I bring 12 up, it's my high tom. So I'm going to call it H tom. That stands for high tom. Then I found that. So let's see the next one. That's my mid tom. So I'm gonna call it M tom or mid tom, like this. Okay. If you want to be specific, you can just name it like that. All right. Why do you think somebody will use short words when writing? It's because it all buys into the file size. So the more you're adding, the bigger your file size is going to be. More plugins, bigger file size. More writing, So, but the writing is not as big of a deal. Okay, so we got a mid tom, and then the 14 is going to be our last tom. So we're going to call that low tom. Okay. So you guys see that? So now we have, you see? You guys got it? So now we got our low and our high, mid, and low toms. Okay, our high, mid, and low toms. We got it. All right. So you guys see, I'm always saving. After everything, I'm saving. Get in the habit of doing that. You will thank me later because I've lost work before. So trust me, it's better to have your last saved than to have nothing. Good. I'm consistently saving. So you guys see it? All right, cool. So what are some of the things that can be stereo? Snare can be stereo if you wanted it to, but I kept it mono. Okay, it's up to you. The only thing I made a stereo is the clap. All right, for the reason of it just being able to go around, that kind of thing. Okay, it's not a big deal. You can make that a mono too, but I'm gonna make that a stereo sound. Okay, cool. So what else is left? I have my toms. What do you think is left? So now I got my if I do, where do you think I have to go? To my clash, right? Or so we're gonna make this into either a mono or stereo. Do you really think that should be mono, or do you think that should be stereo? If I were you, I would just keep that as a mono for more control. But if you feel like you want to do that stereo, go for it. Nothing is wrong with it. Okay, so again, 12 is assigned to high tom, 13 is assigned to mid tom, 14 is assigned to low tom. So let me come to my 15 and send my clash there. My clash really should be a stereo if I wanted it to be. Like I said, nothing is wrong with making it that, into a stereo sound, okay? I just feel like sometimes I want more control depending on what I'm trying to do. So let me think, because sometimes I like to pan. It all depends on how mixing is going. And you can always come back and change this a little bit, okay? Because you've already recorded right. And so you can always come back and, change assignments and stuff. So for now, we are going to make that, let me see, a clash. A clash being, if I make that into a stereo. Let me make it into a mono first and then let's figure it out. So 15. It's going to be on 15. So 15 is going to be the clash. You see how it's just in the middle? So now if I wanted to make that into a stereo, right now it's a mono. Let me make it into a stereo. Stereo for now. Yeah, let's keep it into a mono. I think that's fine. Yeah, let's make that into a mono. Like I said, it can be a stereo. No, nothing is wrong with it. And also, I can always change the sounds, just like I showed you in the beginning. You could always put the right stuff in. It's not 100% put in. I have to change certain things, okay? So the clash probably might change, okay? But definitely the kick and other stuff are okay. All right? And then also I might use this crash here. So I'm going to make that, well, yeah. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make that a 5 and 6 in a stereo. Yeah, let me just make it a stereo. That's fine. I'm going to make that a stereo. The clash, I'm going to make it a stereo. I want to think of this. Okay, 15. Let me just make it a mono. Let me see. Yeah, let me make it into a mono. 15. And then I'm going to make the other clash same thing as 15. Do you know why I set it both to 15? Because I'm not going to playing these two at the same time. Okay? But again, I'm doing that so I can have control over the panning. Okay? If I make it into a stereo, the panning is going to look weird. Okay? So 15 is reserved for what? Clash and crash. So I'm just going to put clash. If you want to put con, chon, that's up to you. Or chine, that's up to you. Okay, cool. So right now, when we started, we didn't know what these are, but now we do. Because we know our hi-hat is here, our snare is here, our kick is here. And let's see. Kick, hi-hat, snare. Okay, we have our clap here. Clap. See? Everything is clicking. There are no tones because I haven't played it, but here. You see? Right? All right? Again, you're going to do all that stuff. So, again, I have all that done. Is there something else I feel like I need for my drums? So for battery, I can change that. You guys see here? I can change that into drums. All right? And I can even make it big so I know that track is an important track not to mess with. So here is the power of this. Because I have it in a different way, if I do not use this, it still keeps playing. This is the main track because it's not a stereo out, it's a multi out. And even if I mute it, it will still keep playing. Why? Because it's done the right way. So I have my toms and my clash and my clap, and I feel like I'm good. I don't need anything else. So at this point, I'm going to delete the ones I don't want. Okay, so this thing here. Okay, this one just allows you to hide. It's all good. We can do that. I guess it does that so that way in case we want to record something later, we can just unhide and show unhide stuff, because maybe here there's a way to just come in and say unhide or something. Anyways, whatever. So now we have the specific things there. See, we have the main drums here, which we don't need the volume for anything, right? We don't need the volume for anything. It's just there. It can be muted, no big deal. We don't care. And then everything is playing. Toms, hi-hat. If I want to add something else, I could just add it in, but I don't think I'm gonna need that. Okay, you can do all that stuff. All right, so I'm not going to worry about all that because I have to take time to do that. But again, I've set it up so when I start mixing, it's good. So again, never mix until you have everything. So I'm going to come back and do all this playing for the rollings, then mix. Okay, so for me, I'll do that on my own. But for you, we are going to assume mixing is already playing and everything is already done. Okay, cool. So at this point, all these things are good to go. All these things are good to go. Okay, it's all good to go. So now that we know we have our kick, we're going to do this exercise again. 0 out. Now we have our kick coming. Then we're going to have our hi-hat. Then our snare will come in. Actually, let me show you the right way I like to do this. Everything is zeroed out, okay? At this point, I'm going to want my shaker and my hi-hat to begin with. Sometimes you don't use a hi-hat, but I feel like I want to use a hi-hat in this song. I might take it out. I don't know yet. So I'm going to bring my maracas first. Okay, my maracas. Look at here. So maracas. What treatment are we giving the maracas? Okay. Before we start mixing, to make our life easier, I want us to create on the maracas. I want us to create a bus channel, and we're going to create 2 bus channels, actually 3 bus channels. Okay, you guys see what I'm doing? Now, for the first bus, we're going to call it V verb, and I'm going to explain it to you. That represents vocals, reverb. If it was just one channel you're putting reverb on, you can just put R verb or just verb, okay? In this case, I'm doing V verb. Oh, sorry. V verb, okay? And then the instrument verb, you can put I verb or drums verb or whatever, okay? So I'm going to call it I verb for instruments for now. Okay, so now I know I'm going to send all my instrument reverb to one dedicated bus, and I'm going to send all my reverb for the vocals on one dedicated bus. Got it? Cool. And if I wanted, I could even create another V verb specifically for just the back-end vocals. That is if I wanted. Okay, so now with that said, I'm going to create another one, and I'm going to call it delay. I like to write my delays like this. Okay. Basically echo or delay, you know, and that is it. Now, let me tell you guys another rule. Just like the main always stays on 0 and never leaves, never mess with these volumes. Never, ever, ever. Keep it always at 0 and then treat those volumes in your sends. Got it? Don't mess with it here. You sometimes can, depending on what you're doing. But as a rule of thumb, stay away from it. So now we have our shaker or our maracas going. We have created the verbs, okay? Right now I'm going to solo them, especially the instrument verb, since we are dealing with instruments. I'm going to solo the I verb so that when we deal with reverb, you can hear it, or else you wouldn't hear it. So now the maracas is set low enough for me to hear, and it's not peaking. It's a negative 27. We are doing good at this point. So what are the things I would like to add to a maracas? Okay. So if you're a Studio One user, you just click the plus in the inserts and then just type compressor for whenever you want to compress. If you need a reverb, you type in reverb and you're going to get a room reverb and so on. For me, I mix with waves. So that's what I'm going to be dealing with in this lesson. Okay? All right. So with a maracas, okay, there's a lot of things you can do to a maracas to make it sound good, okay? One of the things that I like to do is I like to use something like a CLA 2A, okay? Although it's a mono channel, if I pick mono, it's going to sound like it's just in the middle or something like that, okay? Just like in the middle, not much to it, okay? And sometimes you can even use some presets and tweak the presets, okay? So say I want it to sound like hard drums. I can make it sound like that. It has it limited. And then I can tweak it. You got to understand what this image means and what to do with it. You got to understand all that. So would you want a mono on a maracas? Or would you rather prefer a stereo on a maracas? See, as I'm talking to you, I'm also listening. Okay, so I'm learning as I'm talking to you guys. Okay, so it involves a lot of listening. You don't talk to anybody. That's why when you're mixing, let me tell you another rule: never mix with somebody there. Always mix in silence. Okay, so me talking to you guys, that's why I said I'm only teaching you guys, and it's not my real mixing, because I have to take time to do it on my own to pay attention, because I cannot be mixing and talking. Then I won't be doing it the right way. So anyways, let's check the stereo. The stereo kind of puts it wide, that kind of thing, right? The rule of thumb is if you have a mono channel, use mono plugins, okay? But it's not always 100% true, or else your music is going to sound mono, okay? So for me, I'm going to use a CLA 2A stereo. Already, you see what it's doing? Off, on, off, on. So the question will become, how do you understand what is in here? If you limit it, that means you are limiting it at whatever return that you're going to have here. If you compress it, that means it's just being compressed, okay? If you want to use a preset, you can just click this arrow and pick a preset that works well with it, okay? For example, Unity, no compression sounds like this. Start me up, slight compression, and so on. Vibrant Vox sounds like that, okay? So you can go through some presets and see which one fits what you like. Okay, so for me, I'm going to reset everything. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it compressed. Okay, because I'm trying to get compression with this. not limitation. And I'm going to tell you what this means for me. So in this reader, my goal is to make sure whatever I'm doing is not getting stuck here in the reds. It's not getting stuck. For example, this. Sorry, this. You see, it's like hard. It's like hard trying to go to the right. It's very bad. Okay. So my goal is to make sure it's always peaking at the range that I want, and it's having a slow reaction. So here, maybe set it to 50. See, now it's reacting, right? And then maybe set it up here. The thing is, the more you are getting here, the more it's not being up front. So I want you see what I said? I want slide reaction. Good. See, without it, with it, without it, with it. Okay. So I have something I like. Okay. So as I'm going to go very fast. Right now, I want you to get it. So I'm kind of being slow. So it sounds good there. So one of the things we do in mixing is there are two things to remember a lot. The other stuff is subjective. Equalization and compression. For me, if I'm dealing with instruments, I like to equalize and then compress. Okay? So in this case, if I wanted an EQ, you can actually put an equalizer like equalizer or EQ, and you can get something like a Pro EQ and deal with a Pro EQ. And maybe flip it around so the Pro EQ can come. So you can turn it off for now. Or if you want to hear it, keep it on so you can hear it and EQ the right way. All right. So I'm not going to use a Pro EQ. I'm going to use one of my EQs I like to use. Okay. So there are all kinds of EQs you could deal with. Okay. For example, there's a Q6 here. Did I have all these things scanned? Maybe my plugins did not scan 100%. Let me see. Okay. If you ever have that and it's not coming, you just have to make sure you have things scanned the right way. Yep, it's nope, it's not. Okay. So let me save this real quick and open it right back up. Sorry about that. Let's open it right back up. All right, cool. So I'm going to be speeding up. I'm going to be speeding up. So just make sure you're paying attention to these ones because I'm going to be speeding up. Like speeding up, speeding up. once I teach you something and you get a concept, I kind of just don't waste time with the other ones. Okay, cool. So let's see if it's actually going to pick up now. So that was the Q6. Yeah, I don't know why this thing does that. Anyways, you guys get the point. You got to find an equalization. Let me just do let me see. So I guess I kind of don't like it this way though. So I have to figure this out. But let's just say I like to use channel EQ, by the way. So channel cues and all that. So you have to find. I forgot how this thing came. I absolutely forgot. They actually showed me what it was. I just can't remember what it was. That got it to come. I can't remember quite what it was. Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out. Because right now, if I try and do research, it's going to waste our time. So let's go ahead and just do one of the cues. Okay. So let's do that real quick. Q. And again, if you are doing a Q2, that means you have more ranges to work with and stuff like that. Q8 and so on. So I think something like a Q6 should be fine. At least you get to a low, mids, and then highs, you know. So that's fine. I think Q6 should do. All right. So listen, this might be very confusing for you guys. So I'm just going to explain the graph here, or maybe I should probably just, with the channel EQ, it would be closest to the Pro EQ. I don't want to confuse you guys. So let's do the Pro EQ. Okay, Pro EQ. All right. That's not what I'm going to use. I'm going to use the channel EQ. I just got to figure out how to get it to come. It's something I got to do. I forgot, you know, because I'm not a Windows person. But see, similar stuff. It has the stuff there, blah, 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 blah. Right? So again, with a shaker, you got to see the diagram where you are peaking at. So here it. So you see there's a lot more energy over here and there's not as much energy going on here. So what I would do is I would do something I call a low cut, okay? Click it, it's gonna cut it to low. Then you have the option to do a 48 cut, a 6 cut, all right, and then get it to cut as much as you think you need. I feel like I can cut it all the way to right about here. And over here, I can probably drop it down a little bit and narrow it. Okay. So you guys see what is happening? You don't just do it, okay? You got to understand what you're doing. And then I can probably do a high cut, HC. And then do a 48 as well, maybe. See, it's gone. So let in a little bit. If not a 48, maybe a 36 or perhaps a 24. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to boost the high mid frequency a little bit. Boost it. All right. Just a small boost. So without the equalization, this is how it sounds. With the equalization, without, with. If I feel like I want to draw this back a little bit, I can, or cut more into it, or whatever, you know. So for now, I think it's good here. Without, with, without, with. If you feel like you are losing certain frequencies, then try and put a little bit of it back in. You see the natural taste? So maybe the high, yeah, maybe too much of it. So maybe a 12 dB cut. No, a 24 is fine, but just not too much cut. Yeah, yeah, maybe a little bit more. Why would you let some of the high cuts not be too bad? You want to do that so that if some of the stuff passes through, okay? If it doesn't pass through, it sounds muffled, okay? You don't want it to sound muffled. It all depends on what you are trying to do, though. All right, cool. Don't mess with the gain in equalization, please. Don't mess with it, okay? And again, this is just basic equalization. Again, this is not what I'm going to use. I'm going to use something else. I just want to show you the basics, okay? So at this point, that is equalization, then compression. Okay, this is compression, then equalization. All right, so EQ first. All right, EQ first. Compression next, okay? And we still good. Everything still looks good. So we good there. So the next thing would be, is there something else I need? Okay, sometimes you might add other things to it, but I'm going to leave that subjective for you. Whether you want to use a doubler effect, all right, to make it sound doubled, you know, something like, I don't want to keep wasting time, but something like this, and maybe using a preset that sounds like doubled or something, you know, to make it sound more fuller, you know, or whatever. It's up to you. All about what you want to do. Maybe sometimes you want to do, let me see, center stereo. I've never used that. Let me hear how it sounds. Oh, this one. I've never even used it. I've always had it. So what this is whenever you are trying to deal with more of lead vocal, if something is not sounding too stereo, you can use this to help with that, you know, so that way you balance out the lead vocals voice here and then the backing vocals voice here, you know, the side ones. The left and right will be the sides, and then the center will be that. So that's not a bad one to use in mastering. It's a mastering plugin. All right. But, you know, you could utilize it in other ways. So one of the things I may want to add here is an SSL bus, an SSL compressor, or like something like, let me see if I can find it. 1 second. SSL. Yes, SSL channel EQ. But I hope that will come up. So SSL compressor is not bad either. If you want to use that, that's fine. You can use the SSL compressor to in place of the two CLA2A, but don't use both of them. You're going to put too much work into it. Okay, but let me just do SSL. Let's make our life easier. See, the good thing about Studio One is you can search it. It makes it life easier, okay? And then you can do the EQ, all right, or the LG EQ, all right? And then you can deal with it, okay? Again, it's the same concept as long as you understand what the dynamic is dealing with. You understand what the threshold is dealing with and that kind of stuff, okay? I don't want to waste time because I've already picked up what I'm working with. but you can do that. So the idea here is when you are mixing, worry about equalization and compression. EQ, compression, EQ, compression. Okay. Then once you are done and you want to add a feel to it, so at this point, I'm done with EQ and compression. Okay, I'm good. So say I wanted to bring in the clip. Well, no, not yet. I have to go in order. So I have the Maracas, and right now it's okay. It's negative 19, which is not too good. So I want to go lower. Okay, I don't want it to be too loud by the time I'm adding other stuff. Okay, it's good. So now our hi-hat. Remember I told you I want to do the maracas with the hi-hat. So solo that, bring that in slightly. So you realize I don't want it to be too loud. Okay, I want it to just sit under the, I want it to, even I don't want to use it, but for whatever reason I want to use it. So since I want to do that, I want to make sure it's sitting under the maracas and not over it. Sitting under it, and it's going with it. Okay, it's sitting right under the maracas. You see the level? You see the level is sitting right under it. All right, cool. So now that I have that done, same thing. I can do a Pro EQ. I even have my favorites there. Yeah, but it's all good. I don't want to. It's just this thing is annoying. The fact that I don't even. Okay, so Pro EQ. Let's do that again. That's probably not what I'll use. So again, where is it peaking at? We see some peaks over here. We see some stuff out of here. So we're going to do a low cut. Okay. A 12 should be fine. I don't think we need to cut everything. A hi-hat, number one, is a high instrument. So we can cut more. Okay. We can cut more. And you see there's like a dip. There's a dip here. You see there's a dip here. Okay. So if I were you, one of the things I would do is either with the, not the low cut, but with the low mid, or with the mid frequency, either with the low mid frequency or the mid frequency. Use that to treat something like that. Okay. So in this situation, I'm going to move that over here, the low mid here. Okay. I'm going to change it up, and I'm actually going to cut it here in this situation. In a situation like this. And you see it goes something like this. You see the shape. You see the shape, right? But I'm not going to cut it that much. I'm just going to do a slight action. Okay, good. And then the hi-hat, I'm going to add a little bit of high to it because it's a high instrument. And then the low cut, don't lose it. So now, if you take the maracas out and you hear your hi-hat without, with, okay, cool. So that's how that is going to work. And then you're going to add a compressor to it, okay? A compressor to it. You don't want to compress it too much, okay? Sometimes it's not even worth it using a compressor, but it's okay. You know, just compress it small, okay? For something like this, you can use the same thing, the CLA. You see, it changes the level. Okay. So Again, I'm going after compression, so I'm just going to keep it compressed, okay? And now you see how it's reacting a little bit. It's cool, it's cool. But I want it to react not so close to the reds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that a little bit there, but not too much. There you go. And that's fine with me. Okay, so now together with the maracas, but it sounds loud to me, right? So I'm gonna bring it down. Remember, it's not like it's loud though, but I'm trying to mix low so I don't peak bad. You see that? So that's the whole idea. You see? So far, you see what I have? I have something that looks like that. Without any treatment, this is how it sounds. You see? Just like you hear it. With treatment, okay? Again, I'm going to take time and play everything the way it should be before I even mix, okay? And I'm going to do that off camera. So I'm just showing you how it works first. Then you know how, when we get to the mastering, you should know how we got there. Okay, so assuming we like this, we're good to go. And so this process is going to be made for every single thing, one by one, for all 32 tracks. You guys got it? So EQ compression, every single channel of it over there. But I'm going to tell you what channel I like to work with. So for a song like this, I want to go with the percussions first, even before the drums. So the drum side is what we are dealing with, but I'm starting with percussions. So that's why I start with the shaker, and I start with that, right? So now, what do you think I'm going to do now? I'm going to go to the live stuff and do the clip. You see that? The clip. Okay. Sometimes you can make it louder just so you can hear. Then after that, you bring it down later. Okay. You can bring it down later. Okay. So with this clip, you're going to do the same thing, guys. Nothing changes. You're going to go there and you're going to find whatever EQ you want to work with. In this case, I got to get my other stuff to come. So I got to use Pro EQ for now. So you guys we can move fast and not all this. So here, there's nothing happening here. So we can actually do a big low cut. And then there is slightly some energy peak here. And there is some low cut here. And there's some high cut. So I'm going to do a high cut. Okay, a high cut. And I'm going to keep it at 24. No. 48. And I'm going to cut. Okay, I'm going to cut. You guys see how that's working? Then with this, I'm going to change the range. And I'm going to drop it. Either drop it like this or go left like that. Same thing. And then the frequency, let me change it back. Man, I keep messing. See, I don't like this Studio One stuff. How do you even get this thing? Studio One. This reset. I forgot where the reset thing is at. There's a reset somewhere. Studio One. Your reset idiot. Studio One can be so annoying. There's a reset button somewhere, but I always whatever. So let's do it this way. I already showed you how it works. So I'm gonna just do it very quick. So low cut, 48, cut it as much as possible. You don't need the low end. Why are you doing that? So you can save room for the low end sounds so there's not distortion, okay? All right, a high cut. The high cut, we're going to keep it at 48. Cut, good enough. We're going to turn on the high frequency. We're going to change the no, not the high frequency. The mid. Yeah, the high frequency. What am I talking about? Yeah, we're going to turn on the high frequency. No. The mid. Turn off the high frequency. The mid frequency. No. Let me see. All right. It's going to be the high mid frequency, okay? The high mid frequency, change the frequency. All right. And then we're going to drop it. And then we're going to tweak it small. Okay. And then here at the mid frequency, we can change the frequency small. And we can increase it small here. And drop it a bit low. It's weird. All right. And like this. All right. We got something good to go. Good to work with. Cool. There are other things that you would do. I will show you in the next example. So for something like this, I don't want this to be a stereo thing that I put on. I want it to be a mono thing that I put on, okay? So let me see, SSL. I'm going to put an SSL comp mono on this one, okay? You don't really have to do it this way. I'm just trying to show you an example, okay? And again, you always have presets, okay? You could always pick a preset of something that you think will be good, okay? And just work with that. You see that? That sounds nice. Sounds very nice, okay? Anyways, for me, I'm going to set my auto on my release on auto. My makeup, my threshold. Okay. My threshold is fine. Okay. My attack. And in my makeup, I'm going to even add more makeup. Okay. All right. So without it, like this, and I'm going to bring it in. Okay. So far, we got this going on. Okay. I'm going to show you one example in EQ. So my cowbell and my clip are going to almost be identical. Okay. It's going to be almost identical. You see, similar stuff. Okay. So sometimes if you need to do quick mixing, because I'm not going to be using this to not waste time, I'm just going to copy it over and copy this over. So that way when it comes in, it's good to go. Hey, you see, that's bad because then I lost the tone. So I got to treat that separate. But in most cases, it will be good. So for now, let's deal with that separate. You see, it's all about tone and stuff. So same thing, low cut, not too much, maybe a 48, back it a little bit. A high cut, about 48. a lot of energy going on here. There's a dip here. Okay, so that dip, you can bring the frequency here and dip it, and then make it smaller. All right. Oh, this thing, where's the reset thing at? Reset is somewhere, but I always keep forgetting. Oh, is it like there's a reset somewhere? I just never always mess up. There's a reset somewhere. Why can't I think of it now? There's a reset somewhere. There's a reset. But anyways, turn that off because I'm not even going to use it anyways. And turn it off in any case. Okay. Yeah. And then, of course, I'll do a bit more treatment here. But you guys get the point. The parts that is dipping, you tweak it a little bit, okay? And that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. I didn't even show you what I wanted to show you. So this is what I actually wanted to show you guys. So sometimes you want to know what is a bad frequency. So what you will do is you will put all the way up. And then when you hear there's a distortion, if here you don't like that, okay, and you use the high range to do that, then you drop that part, okay? That's just an example. In this case, it will be here. So if I do this, anywhere there's a distortion, maybe here I don't like, then I drop it, okay? I just wanted to show you guys that it's not just what I'm doing. You got to take time and get it done the right way. Okay, this is just quick work. All right. So let's just say we like that. We're good with that. Okay. Then we put the compressor on. Okay. And we're good. We good. So now all these are getting treated. Okay. We are starting from nothing to something. Okay. So now we have the clip and cowbell, and then we got the congas. Let's bring it in. So the congas, let's use the CLA 3A, no 2A stereo. It's fine. And with that one, let me compress that. Okay. Okay. So at this point, we get the idea with this. Okay. So I'm not going to do the drums because I feel like it's going to just take more time. So I'm just going to just bring it in just to bring it in. Okay. Just to bring it in. We don't really need the toms because we haven't done any toms. So we have the hi-hat. So the kick. The snare. Do you know why I started with the percussions first? Because I want to surround everything that I do around that, okay? And so that's why I'm not making the drums loud. I'm making it surround around that, okay? All right, so the clap. All right. So now, let's go back to the maracas. Let's pretend we have done all the EQs and the compressions. Again, it's the same process for all of it until you are done. We don't have time for that. So let's move forward. So let's just say we wanted to add a little bit of how do you call it? A little bit of a little bit of color or room noise to the maracas. You cannot just leave percussions just like dry like this. Okay, so you are going to add a bass channel. But do we have to do that? No, because we have already done it. V verb for vocals, I verb for instruments. Is this an instrument or vocal? Instrument. So pick I verb. Okay, now that we have that, we got to go on I verb. I don't like to put my reverbs on the same channel. Okay, I like to bus it. Okay, or group it, then do it on a bus, on a group bus or whatever. So this is my I verb, so I'm going to solo it, and now it's moving. See, if I don't, nothing. If I do, it's moving. However, it's just volume right now. It's not nothing. So I'm going to put something like a verb on it. There's room verb and all kinds of stuff, okay? For me, I'm going to do one of mine, our verb stereo. Okay. Now, I'm going to just change this up a little bit to plate. Do a bit of a low cut here. And a bit of a high cut. And just leave all of it like that for right now. Okay. For now. So the point is, now that I have that, now I hear it in a verb. See, dry, verb. The more verb, the more. More, none. More, none. So I got to do it according to what I need. And I think that's okay. So now the maracas has some verb with it. I can do the same thing for my clip. Do I want this? Too much. So lower. So all I'm doing is I'm adding color and character and stuff, right? Then the cowbell, same thing. Okay, the congas. The congas I didn't add let me so the congas I didn't equalize it, but it's okay, we get the point. So the verb, is that good? Too much. So now, the other thing I'll talk to you about is this. There is post, pre-fader, and post-fader. Right now, they are all set to pre-faders. You might want certain things to be post-faders, especially some instruments, horns, whatever. Okay? They're all pre-faders. Okay? So if I make this a post-fader, it will sound like this. Pre-fader, like this. Okay? For this, post-fader, pre-fader, post-fader, pre-fader. I think this can be a post-fader. It sounds good like a post-fader. That's fine. So you got to use your ears. This cowbell here, post-fader, pre-fader, okay. The congos, post-fader, pre-fader, all right, so let's hear all of them together. Okay, look at where we are at, 19, and we want to mix low. Okay, so it might be a good idea to select them and bring them down small so we get room. And it might be a good idea to select all these and bring them down small too. Let's hear. All right. So the clip, should be a pre-fader. It sounds better that way. Maybe increased. Let's keep it all pre-faders. So now we've just added some color, some room noise to it. So it has this room noise with it and it's not just dry, right? So now we got something with it. You will do the same thing with the drums, except the drums are not treated. So there's no point of me talking about the drums. So I'm just going to put it in so we hear how it sounds. There's no point of me talking about the drums because it's not treated, okay? Just the hi-hat has some form of treatment, okay? Okay. You guys see how it sounds? So we got something going. So now that we are done with the instruments, let's talk about what else do we need to do with the instruments. I will check for questions shortly. Just as a recap, this is programming, a masterclass for programming, and we are dealing with 7 main steps, and we are at step 4 to 5. Right now we are on 5, dealing with the mixing. Okay, and if you want to see it and you are watching the TV, it's right on the screen. We are dealing with the mixing. Okay, this is the mixing phase / confirmation phase stage. Okay, we have done the arrangement, now we are doing mixing. Okay, okay, good. So now we got this thing going. It sounds cool, right? So now we are going to, this is assuming all the drums are done. Okay, so pretend we have applied the same process with all the drums and all that. Okay, so one of the things you could do is for the drums, you see how all these were grouped to one channel. Same way, because of the effects that we are applying and stuff, you can create, instead of a bus, you can create something like a VCA channel, and basically all that will control the drums. Watch. So you see how the drums all have separate channels over here. You see where they are? I'm going to increase the VCA. Watch what will happen to them. So if I lower it, oh no, I haven't sent anything to it right now, so it wouldn't make sense. So oh, I did it the wrong way. Let me delete this. I wanted to do the other VCA. So it's two types. So here is when you are creating afresh. Here is when you want to do it with the selected instruments. So that one. See, now it's here. If I mute it, it's gone. That way I can use one channel to deal with the drum treatments and stuff like that. Okay, so that is one way to see it. Okay, another way to see it is let me see. All right, you see how I did basically you are grouping the channels. Okay, so instead of creating a VCA, you can group the tracks. Okay, and just call it drum group. Okay, and now that you have grouped it, hold on. There is the FX channel. I want to see something. Yeah. So a VCA will not allow you to add the effects, but the FX channel will. So two things to do. You can either create a VCA and send it to the FX, or create a group and send it to the FX. So in this case, we can do an FX channel and call it drums. And what we can do is send all this to that channel. You see the FX? So now, if I was to, where is it at? If I was to add any kind of application of effect on that channel, it would apply to all of them instead of doing 1 1 1 1. For example, reverb. If I wanted to do this, you see, it's now changed. Of course, you would try and choose the amount you need. All right. So again, there's a lot of things that go into this, not just one thing. All right. So that's one of the ways. Okay. So you guys are getting the idea, right? I hope you guys are getting the idea. I'll take questions shortly. So at this point, you got the drums good to go. Okay, so you got the drums good to go. So you see how I'm doing it? So once I do the drums, if I was doing the drums, which one would I start from? I started from percussions, right? So I would do the hi-hat. From the hi-hat, I would do the clap and the snare. Then after that, the kick. Then after that, I'll do the toms. Then after that, I'll do the clash. That's how I mix. Okay? So that's the order of the treatment that I'll do. Okay, so assuming everything is done and we are ready to go to the sound instruments, okay? The first instrument I'm going to bring up is my keyboard. Why? Because that is like the main foundation of the whole thing, okay? So I'm going to bring it at a good level that it will not mess around. For now, it can come up so I can treat it. So I have to do the equalization for that, right? A lot of work here. A slight cut high. 6 is fine. 12 is okay, but we just back it a little bit. We'll do a high cut. There is some energy here. We will dip it right here. We can even dip it here a little bit too. Okay, so maybe we like that EQ. Maybe we do. We can add a compressor to it and get going. This is not good compression, so let's get it to where we need it. You see how we are picking bad because too much is going on, right? So you have to be conscious of that. So now we are already in the 7s and stuff. So now we're going to bring it in small. So now that I got the level of my EP, I can take out the drums. You can keep it if you want. I just don't really care. So now that you got your level of your EP, you can do your guitar. You see why I arrange the stuff? The cleanup. Remember I told you the cleanup makes mixing easier? It's like in order. See? Guitar works. So now we got a guitar. Let's bring in the first guitar. The guitar, remember, is a mono sound, okay? So we want to have more control over the guitar, okay? The reality is we want to get a wide mix, okay? So we are just going to use the CLA again for the sake of getting things done fast, okay? I'm kind of just trying to do things fast, okay? But take your time and do this, okay? It will help you. You see it? You hear it? The good news is the guitar is the same sound, so you can just do all of them with the same thing, okay? The guitar is all the same. The only thing I'm not going to do for the guitar is the equalization, but I'll do one. Let me do the first one. So a low cut, a high cut, maybe a 24. There's a dip here, so we can dip it. And we can find some ranges we don't like that we want to cut by using the example that I showed you. For example, this. For example, this. Okay. So like this one. Let's just say we don't like a sound there. We can just cut it, right? It's just an example, okay, guys? And then maybe here we can boost it small if we wanted to. So now if we take it off, hear how it sounds. Okay, but now we can bring it back. Okay, so that's one. I'm not going to do it all. I'm going to just do this one. And I'm just going to copy it over to the other ones. And then we are going to check the other ones. The second one. We're going to check the third one. Okay, first one. Remember we said we want to do some room noise, right? So verb, right? So let's work on the verb for that. We're going to go I verb for instruments. All right, so that is basically the what we are going to do for it's so hard to mix and teach you. That's why my mind is just all around, but don't mind me, guys. That's what we're going to do for the guitar work. So negative 7.5, let's get that to negative 7.4. It's close enough. Cool, so we good. So now the guitars, we have this. But for now, you realize I'm not playing all the sounds. There's a reason for that, because I want to hear as much less as possible, less. So that way I don't peak, because already peaking is going on. Okay. So let's bring it down. We're going to work it up. We're going to work it up. See, the maracas is making some bad noise. You see why? You got to be listening, guys. See? So we're going to lower it more. You got to be listening. Okay, you can't just be mixing and doing something. Wasono has to be good, okay? Your ears has to be sharp to catch those things. Okay? It's not too much reverb. So now let's bring in the guitar works, the guitars. Oh. Oh. Okay, we are negative 20. Let's come up. It's fine. You guys will understand why later. Okay, so now we got that done. So now let's deal with the bass, okay? So the bass, we do the equalization. So let me tell you guys how I deal with bass. This is how I deal with bass, okay? I cut everything 100%. Everything, and I mean everything. And then there's only one thing that sounds like a bass. What do you think it is? What is the lowest instrument sound or the percussion or drum sound, right? Kick. I do my kick with the bass. So let me do my bass. Let's do the EQ first. So with that, there needs to be some high cut, but not too much. So you have to be careful. If, for example, if you cut it here, certain things will not pass through. You will lose certain stuff. So don't cut it too much. I would advise maybe a 24 cut. Even 48 is fine. No, I wouldn't advise that. Let's do a 24. So certain things pass through. Okay, you don't want everything to lose everything. And then here, we're going to find frequencies we don't like. Maybe here, drop it. Okay. Another frequency we might want to cut. Somewhere over here, maybe. Maybe over there, somewhere. Oh, what happened? Did I do something? This program did. All right. So you might want to anyway, say you like that bass, then you do a bass combo or whatever. So the bass, I like to use something like our bass. Okay, and we're gonna pick mono. Okay, this is the look. I don't really like that, so I'm gonna switch it to what I like. Where is it at? The dark, no, the legacy. Yep, this is what I'm used to. I don't like fancy stuff. So with that, the more intensity, the louder it gets. The less, so keep it somewhere over here is fine. And then here, if you want to reduce it, but I think it's fine like this. But besides that, that's it. You put it in, you get to go. Deal with frequencies that you want to deal with, especially if you have if you like a frequency here, a lot you like, you can, you know, do that in over here, set it there. I think it's fine this way. So you hear the kick, right? I'm going to lower it. My goal is to make sure that my bass will not cover my kick. At the same time, it will blend well with it. So let's go. Okay, I think it's fine like this. All right, it sounds good. Okay, cool. So that is that for that, okay? And you guys are seeing how mixing is happening, right? So when you see a whole bunch of things, you won't get it. But now you're beginning to see we are going. And I'm just doing half of it, right? I'm just doing small, small, small. But the more you're doing it, you're going to see more things, okay? So, we are getting there. And you get this thing going, right? And that's how you do it. So now, what time is it? Wow, almost 4 hours. Wow, that's crazy. So the next thing we're going to do is, okay, the point is we all get the idea. You got to do equalization and compression. We good, okay? And you guys see how it's happening, okay? You got to do it for everything. So we're going to cut it with that treatment stuff. So now let's assume we have done all that, okay? What is the next thing? That's what we are going to talk about, okay? Because of time. But this is basically everything you need to know. Everything you need to know. So far we've treated the instruments, and so far the instruments sound like this. Okay? It sound like that. And then we've treated the sound instruments except this one, which I don't really care about because I have to do again. So let's hear how it sounds like. So you guys see how it is? It's like so busy, and it's like I had to say basai two abumuno. So that is why the panning and all that stuff happens. Okay. So the next thing, once we do the equalization and compression and the basic treatment, we want to do basic treatment first, right? Then after that, we can say, hey, let's do some panning work. Okay. So let's start with the drums again. We started with the shaker or the maracas, right? And the maracas, okay. Does it make sense that you pan a maracas left or right? Please never do that. Keep it centered, okay? The clip. Does it make sense that you pan it or you keep it all centered? Well, I'll tell you one thing. We have two things to work with, a clip and a cowbell. You can say to yourself, I am going to keep them all centered and it'll be fine. For me, personally, I don't like that. So what I'll rather do is I want to break them apart. I want to make them divorce. I want to cause them to break up, okay? So I would do something like either a 30 or 40. So for now, let's do 40 for the sake of time. So minus 40 or L4C, depending on your program. Okay. The reason why I'm doing that is so that it does not hide too much. Because the more I hide, the more you lose it, okay? So I'll say minus 40. And then the cowbell, I'll say right 40. That way, it's still centered kind of, but it's kind of broken apart, okay? So that is the panning that I'm going to do for that one. The congas is fine, okay? I'm going to leave it in the center, okay? So together, okay? So that's fine, okay? Then the drums, okay? We have our hi-hat. The shaker is in the center. Do you think it would be a good idea for me to keep my hi-hat centered also? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe lower it. Maybe send it to the right. Maybe send it to the left. I think I like it on the right, maybe at 40. That way there's variation. Name what daho. Because I don't want my high height to conflict with my maracas. Okay? Because I don't really want it. I just kind of feel for it. Okay? So let's put that at 40 and make it minimal. Not too loud. Minimal. At this point, we are at negative 20 something. So that means we are doing a very good job. But consider we don't have other applications of treatment, right? But the more you are doing, the more it's going to keep changing. Okay, so let's add the snare. The snare, we don't need to pan it. We can keep it centered. Yep, it's fine. The kick, never pan a kick, please. Never pan a kick. Never pan a kick, please. Don't ever do it in your life. The clap, keep it centered also. The clap is one of those you want to add to the reverb. Okay, the clap is one of those you want to, please. Please don't leave the clap dry. Please don't. You guys got it? So now that we got the clap in, the next thing is to bring in our sound instruments. We're going to start with our piano. So again, because I like to hear things at the right levels, I'm going to treat with the sound instruments separate. I'm just going to leave the cowbell. Okay, so now we are going to deal with the guitars. So I'm going to send this one to my left. Remember, I told you that already. We're going to make a triangle. Left, right, up. So we fill it up, right? We talked about that, right? So we're going to send this left about 40. And we're going to send this one right about 40. And then we're going to keep this one centered. And because this one is filling, I'll make it slightly louder. See, it doesn't play all the time. It comes and go. Okay, the bass. So far, we've done all the top except this thing here that I didn't do. Okay, this one don't. We are pretending it's treated. Okay. -12. You see, I'm keeping an eye, right, and working. I'm not just doing it. I'm keeping an eye as I'm doing whatever I'm doing. Okay, so far, okay, so far, we've done some panning concept, and we've done from all the drums. Okay, we've done all the drums and the instruments except the horns. And the only thing we haven't done yet is the vocals and the horns. And we are going to do everything today, so don't worry about it. Okay, so let's hear what we have so far. Every time when you are mixing, you want to make sure you are listening to progress, okay? Not just keep going. See it in perspective so you don't waste time mixing and then having to do everything all over, okay? Is there something I'm missing? Okay, so I have to solo these one by one because they are individual now. Yep, so here we go. Okay, you guys see how it sounds? Hear how it sounds? It's good, right? So, assuming all these instruments, hear the lingo, okay? Hear the lingo. Assuming all these instruments are treated, okay, and everything sounds good, I'm gonna show you the concept of the horns, okay? So the way we are gonna do it is, okay, to make things easier, we are gonna do the alto. So in mixing, one of the things you have to do is this. You don't have the time to be looking for stuff. So you have to scratch out your loop and just loop a section of whatever you are working on, okay? So you can get that specifically, okay? You hear it? Okay. Okay. Okay, so we are going to use CLA2A for the sake of time. Okay. because they are the same, I'm going to do a panning concept with that, okay? I'm going to send that one 50 left, and I'm going to send that right 50 right, okay? Let's see how it sounds now together. Okay, cool. So, one more. So now we are going to go to the next one, okay? These ones are the fails. Oh, that was the alto. I even started from a wrong place. But it's okay. We can do the same thing with all of it. So we're going to select everything here, and we are going to put it on all of it. Yeah, there you go. And then we can hear the main. So let's hear the other one. Same thing, minus 50. And then right 50. We gotta keep it even. Keep it even. Okay. So the flugelhorn. So the flugelhorn. Minus 50 as well. Right 50 as well. And then the tenor. The tenor. Minus 50 or left 50. Plus 50 or right 50. Right 50. Okay. So now we have it spread out, okay? And then the alto. And then the fill. The fill was at the back. That one we'll leave it in the center, okay? I may pan it, I don't know, but for now, center. So now that we have this, the next question is how do we get it to be feeling? Because right now it just sounds like that. So we're going to get it to be feeling, right? That is when this brother is going to come in. So let's hear it without the reverb. That's without reverb, right? So now we're going to apply. Okay, now we apply reverb and mess with it. So the thing is, I'm doing it this way, but of course you have to take time and know how you're going to apply it all and all that. You have to even know, do you want to group it and then do it with an FX channel, all that stuff, okay? So that it can just be one and it's not be all these separate ones, just all for processing, right? So it's all up to you. You know, you think about all these things in mixing, not just the fact that you are just dropping random effects, right? You are trying to get a good sound at the same time. You are trying to compensate for all these things, okay? So keep all that in mind. So now that mixing the panning is done for now that the panning is done for the horns. Okay, I know you guys see this horn here. It's me playing, so that one is just going to be centered anyways, if centered or whatever. So I'm just going to keep it off for now. Okay, at some parts. Okay, so yeah, because I'm not going to be saving this, let me not worry about it. So all right, so the horns come up to here. Okay, so trumpets works come up to there, 5 through 13. Okay, all right, so now we are going to solo the EP. Oh, it's already playing. So it's already playing. So now that the trumpet has to come in and blend. It cannot be too loud. Negative 11.2. Okay, so we are at negative 7. You see, the more effects are getting there, we are getting there. So the thing I'm going to say about this is this. Now that you have it like this, the levels cannot be all the same. You got to get it to balance the right way. So let's find out. Get it to balance the right way. Okay, so now that you have it like that, then you can lower it. Okay. Okay, so now that you have that, that's cool. All right, that's cool. All right, and so now that you have that, it's good. And so what we would do, what we are gonna do is bring you up small, then bring you up a little. Okay, so now this is everything we've done so far, excluding the vocal work. Okay, excluding the vocal work. Okay, so that is kind of the idea. Okay, again, it's low, it's not high. We are not looking for the volume at this point. We are trying to get the color. All right, cool. So that's how you deal with the instrumentation side, okay? My concept with mixing a lead vocalist, okay, is number one. Let me take off the loop. Let me give another loop here. Okay. My concept with mixing a lead vocalist, okay?
Oh, nyamitu.
So you guys will realize I didn't really talk about gating, right? So you have to remember gating based on what you are doing. Maybe the trumpets or the vocals, okay? Or even sometimes the instruments. But for me, I'm not going to worry too much about that. Okay. So what am I going to do first with this vocal? Anytime I want to mix a vocal work, I make sure that I apply an initial gain to get it at a level that is okay for me before I apply any type of processing. Like a pre-compressor, okay, before any type of processing. So I will advise you to mix your lead vocalist at 0, and then after that you lower it to the right place, okay? That's just my personal advice, but you can always lower, if you feel like it's just too much. So I'm going to gain it real quick, okay, and I'm going to use something called R-Vox, okay, R-Vox, and I'm going to use mono because it's a mono instrument, okay? The good thing with R-Vox is it has the gating in it already. So if you want, you can use the gate, okay? For me, I'm not going to use the gate in here, but you can to keep things easier, okay? And let's see how that works. You see, it's gating. You see the voice is gone. So for now, so what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to compress it enough to get it to maybe between the 6 and the 12. That's what I like to do fresh out of the boat. And that's all I do with this one, okay? I use something like that, okay? R-Vox, okay? Then what I will do is I will do my EQ, okay? And so for something like this, let's see how it sounds. So there's definitely a slight low cut, maybe about 6, and let's just lower it a little bit, just a slight one. And then here, there's definitely frequencies we don't want.
onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa 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 onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa.
All right. Anyways, cut it 6. Pull it back a little bit.
onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa.
Very bad frequency, right? Cut it out. Cut it out.
onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye
Get some high cuts in.
asafu yehowa onyamitumfo
Okay, let's find another cut within this range.
yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa
A lot of distortion.
onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye
Without treatment.
asafu
With
yehowa onyami.
Okay, so now remember I did not use the gate over here, okay? So now I'm going to use some gate help, okay? And so with the gating, I like to do let's do a mono gate. That's okay.
onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye asafu yehowa onyamitumfo yeyi wudinaye.
The purpose of the gate is to eliminate the background noises, okay? So just keep that in mind.
asafu yehowa onyami.
So again, if you want to do more, I try not to do too much to my vocals, but if you want to do more, you can do stuff like the all right. So stuff like that you can use. Will I even find it? Will I even find it is the question. Okay. So you can use I think this may do. Let me see. No. So okay, let me see if I can find something for you guys. Oh yeah, so here. All right, so we can use the ESSA. Okay, the ESSA. Again, we could keep it in mono or stereo. It really don't make any much of a difference. And this is a male singing. So let's hear how the audio sounds like right now. So the S is what we want to kind of help a little bit. So male S. So sh, asa, s, s. So let's do male this, and then. And we can lower the threshold, and it tells us how much it hits it. Okay, that's fine. It's just treatment. For me, I don't do a lot of these, but hey, even if you want to add a pop filter, that's advisable, like fab filter, if you have. I don't really use that, so it's up to you. I just use my ears. All right, so there is one more thing that I wanted to show you, but I think I have a feeling it is here. I have a feeling it's here. Let me see, stereo. I have a feeling it's here. Yes, the popper. You see, the popper. But guess what? You can eliminate that with the EQ. Okay. You can eliminate that with the EQ. But let's hear how it sounds like right now without anything. And it has a DSR here too, so you can use that as well. So anyways, I like to add this, the popper. All right, so now I know the song is in F sharp because it's right here. So now I'm gonna do maybe some vocal work, auto tune, and we are gonna see. Let's see which key it picks it in. F sharp, right there. It picked it up. Very good. So it's working well. And so with this, the way we're going to do it is we're going to set this to major because it's a major note we are singing, and then we are going to mess with the settings. Okay, so let's hear it. We're going to set the key to F sharp. F sharp is the same thing as G flat. Okay, so depending on whatever you are using, same thing. The way I like to do auto tune type stuff is I like to push it all the way and then fix it and then reduce it. Okay, so let's hear it.
Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye asafu Yehowa. Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye.
So everything I'm doing here is to just treat the color and the tonation of that auto tune. Okay, so flex tune is saying whatever retune speed is doing, you are trying to basically tune it so it sounds a bit more realistic. Okay, so the more it is here, the more unrealistic it sounds, unless if you're a very great singer and it just picks up nice, right? So the more you are doing here, the more work you're giving it. So you want to basically fix it somewhere between this range. Okay, this range. So that way it fine tunes it. And then the humanize is basically to make it sound more natural. Okay, more natural. And so I deal with these settings. I don't really deal with natural vibrato because most times our Ghanaian song, most people know how to, do vibrato already. Okay, or sustain their notes. Okay, so let's see how it is.
Asafu Yehowa. Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye.
So if I like it, I'm just gonna pull it back until it doesn't sound so auto-tuned.
Asafu Yehowa. Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye. Asafu Yehowa. Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye.
I think it sounds good. All right. So now that I'm done with that, okay, then I'm going to do a final compression, okay? This is going to be my last one, okay? And so for something like that, either I'm going to use a CLA 3A, a CLA 76. I'm just showing you the stuff I like to use, okay? Let me just go faster. Or an SSL compressor, okay? And even with the equalization, I can use an SSL EQ. Let's see how it looks like. I showed you earlier, okay? So with the equalization for the lead singer, I could use that, okay? Or even for a mastering chain. Okay, so SSL for the finalization, the compressor for that is fine, okay? Or, yeah, the compressor for that is fine, okay? So in this case, if it's a mono channel, you just come here and you deal with that. Sometimes there are presets that will help you. You can go in there, see whatever presets sounds good to you, okay? So maybe if this sounds good to you, you can hear it without.
Asafu Yehowa.
Without.
Onyami tumfo ye.
It just brings it up front, okay? Without.
Wudinaye. Asafu.
And then you can always tweak it to your liking, right? So for example, I like to keep things on auto.
Yehowa. Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye. Asafu Yehowa. Onyami tumfo ye wudinaye. Asafu Yehowa.
The good thing with this compressor is it gives it a bit of an analog character, okay? So that's why I like something like that. Oh wow. Sorry guys. We have a meeting that I forgot. I forgot. Sorry about that. Chale, me ya broadcast on my men finalize and I'm in frozen see I mean be we are no. Okay, all right. Sorry guys. We have a meeting today. Aluminium, my most friend is CCL. Sorry, na me broadcast me be and then it's CCL na ya didn't come. Okay, that's it. All right. So sorry about that, guys. I shouldn't be doing this live, but it's all good when you have to do too much. All right. So you guys hear how it sounds with all this treatment?
Oh.
All right. So at this point, don't worry about here. I'm gonna come and talk about this because remember, we don't want to be picking bad, right? We'll talk about that shortly. Okay. So then from here, we add for the first time a V verb, right? So the V verb will be for our vocals verb, okay? And for that, we can just put the same thing here. That's fine. Okay? And let's hear it.
Asafu Yehowa, Onyami tumfo yeyi wudinaye. 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 Asafu Yehowa, Onyami tumfo.
Okay, cool. And then it sounds okay, right? So now I'm going to take the vocal out. Now that it has treatment, then I'm going to bring it in gradually. So this is the process of how I mix, okay? So you see it and then you apply it with whatever you do, okay? So you see the process. I started with the instruments. Now I'm here. I'm just focusing on the lead singer's voice strictly, nothing else added, okay? Now I'm going to test his voice with the instruments right now. So his voice is out. And now I'm testing the instruments with the voice. You guys see that sweet spot? All right, cool. So now that I have that, I keep the level there. I don't touch it again, okay? Then I start working on the BVs, okay? So the BVs, same concept, okay? I told you left, right, and so on, okay? So if I wanted, I can even select all the lefts, okay? All the lefts, okay? And I could simply, oh, what have I done? Okay, so I've selected all the lefts, okay? And I could simply do a left, maybe minus, let's do minus left, a left 75. And all of them will go there, okay? Do I want a left 70? Let me see. Left 70. No, let me do a left 75. I will explain this to you. So the reason why I don't pan it all the way is because I want to leave room so it doesn't wash away, okay? When in the busiest parts of the songs, okay? So now that all my lefts, left, one left, two left, three left, four left are all panned to the left, I'm going to do the same for the right. So one right, two right, three right, and four right. Oh, sorry. One right. Where is it at? Oh, did I lose something? I think I may have messed this thing up. Okay, so oh, so let's do this. One right, one left, one right, two left, two right, three left, three right, four left, four right. Okay, whatever it was, it messed it up. But anyways, we good now. So one left, two left, three left, four left, all are 75. So now one right, two right, three right, four right, okay? And then we are going to send it to right 75, identical to the other one. Why is that? Because right now when this one plays, it's going to play like it's on the left. Okay, you guys cannot hear it, but here. Okay, I'm just going to let the volumes come. So here. It sounds like it's just playing to the left, right? But if I add the right, it will just sound like the middle. But it's not middle, it's left and right. So that's why we spread it out so that we have control over it, okay? So that is the purpose of why we are panning and not leaving it all in the middle. Okay. So let's pan it. Let's pan it. So the way I like to do this is this. I like to play the lead vocal. So what I like to do is I like to apply, besides the EQ. Okay, let me do one of the EQ of the girl, okay? I'm going to do the EQ of the girl real quick. So, same thing, low cut, a small cut, similar. Okay. I'm just trying to find distortions, okay? Okay. High cut. Let's do a 36. If you keep cutting, it's going to box it in. So let some pass through. Or just don't even do a high cut. So I'm going to do a 24 so certain things can pass through. Okay. So I think it's cool. So that's the EQ for this girl. So same way, the R Vox, push it a little bit more. push it a little bit more. And then the gate. So the gate should help. The gate should help control the how do you call it? It should help control the breaths, okay? So female, yeah, let's just do the same. Okay. We are barely going to hear the poppers, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to do the auto tune. So for that, it's not a low male. So the thing is, you don't want too much auto tune on that, but you know, it's all good for the purpose of lesson. So once I know I got it treated, I can just copy and paste on. You see what I'm doing? This is what I do when I feel lazy about mixing somebody's song. But I want you guys to see the reality of the thing, which is why I keep pushing it. Okay? Sometimes I will mismatch auto-tune. What I mean by that is maybe the altos. Sometimes I can keep the sopranos, altos, and then the rest of it, probably sopranos. Something like that. Unless if some of the low notes, I might make it a male, but probably hardly ever. So sometimes I'll mismatch. Not all the time. So now, with all these treatments, we have something like this. So that's what we have right now, okay? And so with what we have at the moment, what we got to do is work on the reverb also. So here we can do the V-verb. Let's hear how it sounds. So now let's do it with the lead vocal, and then we are going to work on that, okay? So now we can't hear anything. So let's do the lead vocal, and after that we'll bring the bacchus in. Good. And so now we got this going for us. Okay. So now let's hear it all together. So there is some other type of cleanup that I forgot to mention. So you see, whenever a backer comes in, you don't want the lead vocalist to be messing up the song or whatever. So that's why you pay backers to back. Okay. So you might want to consider that in your production and do some possible cuts. So like here, we can, I think it's option mute, right? Is it control mute? I think it's shift mute. Okay, shift mute. Okay. So now, see, if I don't do that, you have this. But then if I do it, what I'm talking about in the cleanup, here's how it's going to be. On say in what the hell? So what you say? So sometimes you have to do that, okay? For now, I'm going to do it that way. So let's do that for exercise. So you see, it's part of the cleanup stuff that we were talking about earlier. Okay. So here, I can maybe mute him here, and then I can maybe cut him here. You see, this is all part of the final selection stuff and all that. Remember, we're talking about that, right? And so I can maybe let him come here. We can let him come there. Definitely not past that. Over here. We can let him go here. So more cutting. So let's hear how it is.
Oh, baby. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada.
I think we should cut him at the yee. I think we should cut him there. Okay. So
Yeyi waye dada. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada.
you guys see how it's Imwebi, you know.
Yeyi waye dada. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada.
I think it doesn't sound good there.
Yeyi waye dada. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada. Nyame tumfo, yeyi waye dada.
Very good.
Minyame ye udimafo, udimame no kamame. Minyame
So for now,
ye udimafo, udimame no kamame. Odimame, akamame, odimame, akamame. Minyame ye, odimafo, odimame no kamame. Odimame, akamame, odimame, akamame. Minyame ye, odimafo, odimame no kamame. Minyame ye, udimafo, odimame no kamame. Minyame ye, odimafo, odimame no kamame. Mafo, odimame no kamame. Odimame. Mafo, odimame no mafo. Odi, odimame no nyame ye, udimafo, odimame no kamame. Minyame ye, odimafo, odimame no. Odimame no kamame. Odimame afo, odimame ye, odimafo. Odimame no kamame.
All right, so you guys see what's happening. Okay. So you guys see that cleanups, right? Okay, I think over here.
Odi mami, akamami, odi mami, akamami, minyame ye. Odi mami, akamami, minyame, akamami, odi mami, akamami, minyame ye. Odi akamami, minyame, akamami, minyame ye. Odi mami, akamami, minyame ye. Odi mafo, akamami, odi mami, akamami, odi mami, akamami, odi mafo, odi mami no kamami, minyame ye. Odi mafo. Akamami, odi mami, akamami, minyame ye. Odi mafo, odi mami no kamami, minyame ye. Odi mafo, odi mami no kamami, odi mafo, odi mami no kamami. Odi mami no kamami, odi mami no kamami, odi mami no, odi mami no kamami, odi mafo, odi mami. Odi mami no kamami, mafo, odi mami no kamami, eti chibe unya kopon chibeno. Chibeno, chibeno, ese chibe unya kopon chibeno, eti chibe unya kopon chibeno, eti chibe unya kopon chibeno, unya kopon chibeno. Chibeno, chibeno, ese chibe, eti chibe unya kopon chibeno,
Right, I think you guys see what's going on, right? Clean up. You see where we are picking -7. Do you guys see that at the place? -7. That's a good thing. -6. You see, we are accomplishing what we want. -7, -6. Those are the numbers we want.
mufo Unyankopon Chibeno Chibeno Obeya mawo Yesu beka mawo Chibeno Yesu obeya mawo Nyamide dia mawo da Chibeno Chibeno Nya Chibeno
Okay, so that is it for today's lesson. Okay, so just a quick recap. Okay, this is what we dealt with. Okay, so in the first part, we dealt with stage 1 to 3, the pre-programming, the sketch, the main recording, the cleanup stage, and the first arrangement, which we kind of recap today and still did a little bit of today. Okay, this lesson is longer because of the mixing part. Okay, so the cleanup stage is when we cut and we do all those things that we just did in the program, and you guys can see I'm still cleaning up. So really I don't have a final cleanup yet, because the more I'm doing it, the more I'm gonna keep saying, okay, I need to get this out, that kind of thing. Okay, I need to add this. So I kind of, in mixing, you still do some type of cleanup also. So cleanup kind of happen in mixing as well. Okay, not too much, but slight cleanup. Okay, and so we did the stage 1, step 1 to 3, which is for the phase 1 or the part 1. And then we did the second phase today, which is basically the first arrangement and then final arrangement. Okay, and also partially cleanup. Okay, which is what we've been doing basically this whole time. And also mixing stage. Okay, so if mixing stage is basically what you're seeing me do, except on a more serious level of me taking time to do it. All right, so this is even a lesson, and this is how much it's taking me. Think about it when I actually focus and do it. All right, and I'm not going to be using headphones. I'm going to be using the monitors and the mixer behind me to mix. Okay, so of course you able to hear more things in a better way, right, than the headphones. All right, you guys see monitors in the back. This is where I mix. Okay, this is just where I stream, and then I have 2 stations, so streaming, and then here is mixing and stuff like that. Okay, so with that said, we've done the step 4 and 5 today, mixing, final arrangement, and then mixing stage, right? Confirmation stage means once I'm done with the mixing, assuming I like what I hear, this is when the artist or the client will say, hey, I like it, we can move on, or I don't like it, change this, add more reverb, take out reverb, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that is what the confirmation stage is. We want to confirm to make sure we are good to go and we are about to do the mastering. Okay, so assuming we were good to go, that is what will lead us to mastering, which is our last part of everything. So by the next time you guys see me do the final part of this series or this programming masterclass, okay, we are going to be doing step 6 to 7, and that is the step 6 and 7, the mastering stage and the post-production. And that one will be slightly easier because by then I will have this song mixed and I can tell you specifically what I did, similar stuff, but I will kind of run through it quick, fast. You already understand EQs and compression. I'm going to be talking about that in the final part, so you get it quick, and then I'll tell you the things that I did to make it sound whatever. Okay, and that's what we're going to be doing in the final part. And after that, we're going to export it and then import it into a mastering suite. Studio One has a mastering suite, so we can just use that, and then we will master it, and then basically that will be it. Okay, so I hope you guys have been blessed by these series. I don't know if I have any questions before I leave. Let me make sure I don't have any questions. So Facebook, let's see if we have questions on Facebook. No questions on Facebook. Okay, good. Let's see YouTube. Hopefully we don't have any, and then we can just get going. Okay, no questions on YouTube either. Perfect. Okay, so we are good on both sides. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. Okay, what's going to happen? So I'm going to save the work and I'm going to play through it. After that, I'm going to remove all the effects. Okay, so for now, we want to hear what we have done so far based on today's lesson. Okay, so let me. Okay, so we are going to listen to the song through it out one time. One time, okay? First things first, we are doing mixing. And so we want to hear the instrumentation by itself. Then after that, we'll hear it with um, the the whole thing. So for the instrumentation part, because of time, I will not play it throughout, but I will just skip. Then for the everything, I'll let it play. So first one, instrumentation. Okay, so we are just doing a listening test or a listening right now, a listening run, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so we are listening to the work we've done. Okay, so we have an idea of how it sounds like. Okay, so that is kind of the instrumentation only. That is all instrumentation. Okay, no no vocals, nothing like that. Okay, but before we do the whole thing, I want to check the vocals also separate. Okay, not everything, but just a little bit of it. Okay, so I just want to see how they sound as as a solo group.
Watamfoso Oka unti Mesuro bibi Nyame tomfo Yeyiwa yetata Nyame tomfo Yeyiwa yetata Yewo nyame Oyo tumfo nwamweni no kwanya obibi nyame tumfo yeyiwa yetata obibi nyame nyame tumfo yeyiwa yetata nyame tumfo yeyiwa yetata nyame tumfo yeyiwa yetata nyame tumfo yeyiwa yetata Minyame ye odimafo Odimame no kamame Odimame no kamame Minyame ye odimafo Odimame no kamame Odimame akamame Odimame akamame Minyame ye odimafo Odimame no kamame Odimame akamame Odimame akamame Minyame ye odimafo Odimame no kamame Minyame Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no Ao chibe no Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no Ao chibe no Obeya mawo Yesu beka mawo Ao chibe no Meso obeya mawo Nyami bedia maoda Ao chibe no chibe no nya chibe asawodi wo mi nyankopon chibe no asawodi wo mi nyankopon chibe no asawodi wo mi nyankopon chibe chibe Chibeno, oh, Chibeno. Messi ayasa wodi wo mi nyankopon Chibeno, Chibeno, Chibeno. Ouch. Chibeno, ouch. Chibeno. Bese obekwama. Ouch. Chibeno. Bese obekwama. Go pon Chibeno. Uncle Pontry Beno. Ao, Iwo Minyanko Pontry Beno. Messi Ayasa, Iwo Minyanko Pontry Beno. Ao, Chibeno. Messi Obekwama Oda, Obediama Wo. Ao, Chibeno. Yes, you. Ao, Chibeno. Yes, you. Nia Fabrenya Mio. Obeyama Wo, Chibeno. Ao, Chibeno. Yes, you. Nia Fabrenya Mio. Obeyama Wo, Chibeno. Edian you Yama Wo, Chibeno. Edian you swimming, Edian, oh, how ya. Fabreno. Obeyama Wo. Chibeno. 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 Mr. Chimbe Unyanko Pon. Chibeno. Fabre. Chibeno. Obeyama Wo. Mr. Chimbe Unyanko Pon. Chibeno. Ah, Chibeno. Chibeno. Nia Chibeno. Nia Chibeno. Chibeno, ah, Chibeno. Sawayama mia, Yesu. Nia Chibeno, Nia Chibeno. Ah, Chibeno. Sawayama mia. Sawayama mia. Sawayama mia. Yesu beyama oda. Oh, Nia Chibeno. Beno, Nia Chibeno. Nia Chibeno. Nia Chibeno. Ah, Chibeno. Sawayama mia. Yesu beyama oda. Ah, Chibeno. Chibeno. Ah, Chibeno. Chibeno. Onia Chibeno. Mr. Chibeno. 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 Onia Chibeno. Mr. Chibeno. 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 Onia Chibeno. Mr. Chibeno. Chibeno, Chibeno no pa, Mr. Chibeno ria, ah, Chibeno, Chibeno, Yasa woni, Chibeno, Yasa woni wo mi yanko ponche, yanko ponche Chibeno. Uncle Pontry Beno. Chibeno, Chibeno. 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 Yasa woni wo mi Nyankopon Chibeno. Ah. Chibeno. Chibeno. Yasa woni wo mi Nyankopon Chibeno. Chibeno, ah, Chibeno, Chibeno, Minyanko, Chibeno, ah, Chibeno, Tiamuto Onimo, Minyanko, Chibeno, ah, Chibeno, Tiamuto Onimo, Chibeno, ah, Chibeno, Tiamuto Onimo, Minyanko, Chibeno, ah, Chibeno. Oh, Chibeno, Chibeno.
All right. So if you guys see what I'm doing, I was doing some cleanup for the vocals, okay? Because the vocals had some cleanups that needed to be done, okay? So far, I think we are in good shape. We are in good shape. Okay. So far, we are in good shape. Okay. So we are going to hear the vocals one more time. The vocals alone for right now, briefly.
Ye wudina ye asafu Yehowa Ona mitumfu ye wudina ye Ona mitumfu ye wudina ye obibi nyamitumfu ye waye tata nyamitu ye udimafo odimame no kamame minyame ye odimafo odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame Minyame ye odimafo odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame minyame ye odimafo odimame no kamame Enti chibe Nyankopon chibe no 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 Ah oh chibe no Enti chibe Nyankopon chibe no Ah oh chibe no Enti chibe Nyankopon chibe no Enti chibe unyankopon chibe no. Ah oh chibe no. Mese chibe unyankopon chibre nyamio. Obeya mawo chibe no. Edie ni usimi ni edie ni o hawia. Fabre no obeya mawo. Mese to ni chibe no. Obeya o nyati obeya mawo wese chimbe unyankopon chimbe no ah o chimbe no nyati chimbe no ah o chimbe no sawaya mamia yesu be ya mawoda ah o chimbe no Chibeno, onia chibeno, mese chibeno, chibeno.
All right, that sounds good, right? Good. So, now that we got that going, we are going to listen to the instruments and everything one time. Okay, we are going to listen to everything one time. Okay. We're going to listen to everything one time. And then that will be it for phase 4 to 5. Again, just so we're on the same page. Again, we dealt with stage 4 to 5 today. And we have dealt with 1 to 3 the other time. We did 4 and 5 today. And then once I have it mixed, we are going to do the mastering together too for 6 and 7. Okay, so 3-part video. This is the longest because it includes the mixing. Mixing is not an easy thing. That's where all the magic happens. All right, so with that said, that will conclude it for today's lesson. We're going to play through the song once. And then I'll be out of your way. So, bear with me. I'll be out of your way shortly. Okay. All right, so let's give it a go and listen to everything. If you don't hear my voice again, thanks for watching. See you in the last phase when we deal with the mastering and the mastering stage and the post-production, okay? All right, thanks for joining. Let's hear through what we've done so far.
otumfo wamweni no kwanyame otinisa wamakuzi nyinemo matafuso okaya munti misuro bibi
nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada
nyame tumfo
yeyiwa yedada nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada nyame tumfo yeyiwa yedada
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame odimame akamame odimame akamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Minyame ye odimafo
odimame no kamame
Enti tribe unyankopon tribe no
chipeno
Enti tribe unyankopon tribe no
chipeno
Obeya mawo Yesu beka mawo
chipeno
Yesu obeya mawo Nyami bedi ama oda
chipeno
Tribeno nia tribeno
chipeno
Auto ni mo mi nyankopon tribeno tribeno Besi ayasa oni mo mi nyankopon
chipeno chipeno
Besi obeku ama oda obedi ama wo
chipeno
Wesi oni afabre nyami o obeya ma wo
chipeno
Edie ni usimi ni edie ni o hawia fabre no obeya ma wo Bese tribe unyankopon tribe no
chipeno
tribe no ni a
chipeno chipeno
Zawaya mamia Yesu beya ma oda
chipeno
Tribeno, onia tribeno, bese tribeno, tribena no pa, bese tribene ria, tribeno,
chipeno
yasa oni mo mi nyankopon,
chipeno
tribeno, si auto oni mo mi nyankopon, tribeno,
Okay, well, I was going to leave you guys, but I forgot to tell you guys this. So I'm not going to use any of these work that was done, even though it's a lot of work, and even though I should keep it. That is the thing about engineering. You cannot be lazy. You have to be willing to do things the right way. So even as good as it sounds, I'm still not going to be using it, okay? Because I already have a process of how I do things. And so that's not a problem. So as you guys can see, everything is going to disappear. Gone, 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 including the lead. Gone, gone. So at this point, the only thing I'm going to keep is the panning, because that don't really change anything. It's just panning, okay? The pans, I'll just leave those, okay? So right now we have dry channels, and then our buzz groups, okay? We have 3 buzz groups: vocal verb, instrument verb, and delay, okay? I don't even think I'm going to be using delay in this song. So actually, let me just delete that. There's no point. So vocal verb and instrument verb. Looking at the mixing that I'm doing, I doubt it. Okay? So that's it. And so, look, nothing. All of it is empty. All of it is empty. Nothing. Nothing. And even if I play back, it will not play like it was playing anymore. It will play softer. It will play lower. See? That's all dry. And then the ending. As you guys can see, I've deleted everything, okay? I did that on purpose because I want you guys to understand that it's a concept. You just have to understand it, okay? And so I'll take time to actually mix the song. So by the next time you guys see me, I probably will not do the mastering this weekend. So I can use maybe the rest of this weekend and part of next week to really focus on mixing it the right way. So that way we'll use next weekend to do the mastering, okay? So it kind of works out. Stage 1. Step 1 to 3 happened last week. Step 4 and 5 happened this week. And then step 4 and 5 happened this week. And then step 6 and 7 will happen next weekend. Okay? So just like that. So I think everything works out fine. So the next time you see me covering the last part of this masterclass, programming masterclass, it would be the time we are doing the final one. And everything will sound the way it needs to sound, the right way, okay? So I hope you guys have enjoyed the mixing. These are the fundamentals. And so you can apply a lot of things: phasers, chorus effects, phaser effects. You can go up and beyond. I don't even know how to explain it, okay? Use your ears. Your ears is what matter, okay? So again, this is the dry sound, but when you were hearing the other one, it was mixed, okay? Based on our live, okay? The next time you see me is going to be the final mix. The final mix. The next time you see me is going to be the final mix. So what you have heard, we can consider this as the first mix. Whatever you heard in this lesson, the next time you hear me is going to be our final mix. And I'll break down how I did the final mix briefly, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes of breakdown. Then after that, we get straight into the mastering, because the mastering and the post-production is the next one. So the next one, it will not take us a long time because mastering is actually not as hard as mixing. Mixing is where all the work happens, okay? That can take you hours, days, okay? To really get the kind of mix you want, okay? You might even have to do different type of mixes so that you can compare and stuff like that, okay? So mixing is a lot of work. All right, well, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you guys in the next video again. You guys can see we are leaving with no treatment, okay? Again, no treatment, zero, okay? And then we have 2 buzz groups, vocal verb, instrument verb, okay? And we have about 32 channels to mix, okay? By the time you hear again, it would be the fills will be done, or the rollings will be done, and I will make a decision whether I'm gonna which is called ad-lib. Whether I'll do that or not, I'll make my final decision. So you see 31 tracks or 32 tracks based on my decision on the ad-lib. And then you will see a fully mixed song, okay? Then after that, we'll export together, and then we'll start the mastering phase together. And with the mastering, we are probably going to do it real time. But the only problem is I don't master here. So again, with the mastering, I might have to maybe step away from the live a little bit and focus so that I can concentrate. And then after that, we'll master. So we'll find a way to make it work, okay? All right, so we'll do that next weekend. It should be fun. But I hope you guys have enjoyed the process, because we started from beginning and we are going all the way to the end. And so you're seeing the process in real time. This is not like I'm showing you later. The song is not even ready yet, and you are getting to see it, okay? All right, the reason why I'm doing this is because it's not our own song. This is just the regular church praises songs we sing and stuff, right? So that's why I'm like, hey, it'll be a good opportunity for people to learn, okay? All right, until next time, remain blessed. Minister Stein. I'm going to get this mixed between this week and next week. And so we can have it ready for next weekend for our final part of the lesson or the master class, okay? All right. If you have any questions, as always, contact us. Our number, again, 571-577-4471, 571-577-4471. You can contact us if you need studio services. If you have questions, if you have requests, inquiries, whatever, you can contact us. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next lesson, okay? As always, keep supporting all our activities. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and follow our Facebook page. Share our content with other people so they may be blessed. And as always, keep supporting, okay? And I hope you guys have enjoyed our master class. Again, this is a lesson that is brought to you by L4C Multimedia and kmtv. And this is the Programming Masterclass Phase 4 to 5 of the 7-step process, okay? And again, that is the Programming Masterclass Phase 4 to 5 of the 7 major steps, okay? And they have all been taught, you know it, okay? And so again, first one is pre-programming or sketch. Second one, main recording. Third one, cleanup stage or first arrangement. Fourth one is final arrangement, which we did today. The fifth one is mixing stage and confirmation stage, which we have done today. And we are going to have the confirmation for the for the next class next week, okay? Then with that one, we'll do the mastering and then the post-production, and we'll be done, and we'll be happy, and we'll have a full understanding of how everything went. So you can see we have used 3 weeks to teach this lesson. So you can almost keep in your mind that if you're ever doing a solid song that you want to take time and do, you're probably looking at 2 weeks to 3 weeks maximum, a month, depending on the studio engineer and their time, okay? So that's how you know how it works, okay? All right. Until next time, remain blessed. We'll catch you in the next lesson, okay? All right. Stay blessed. Bye-bye.